Hi. I don't know if anyone's here yet. I'm barely here. Um, Completely miscalculated how long it takes me to have a shower and wash my hair. Because I'm kind of an idiot. But hi, welcome. I really had planned on being more presentable when this started. But here we are. Uh, Welcome to the kickoff of the 48-hour readathon for January. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Becca. Hi, Liv. Hello, hello. I am extremely fresh out of the shower, so I am going to be doing, and I don't know how I think I'm going to be able to read comments when I'm doing this, but I'm already panicking that I've left it too long to start doing my skincare post shower. So I'm just gonna put a starting layer on, because I'm drying out. I'm drying out and aging as we speak. So just need to fix that. So yeah, I'm just gonna get like really moist for you all, just really moist in front of everyone. So you're welcome. Yeah. So there we go. Okay, we've got a layer on. I can put my glasses back on and look at comments. Hi. That's a great question. I'd love for everyone to tell me what they're going to be reading. I'm going to be reading The Premonition by Banana Yoshimoto. I'm saying I got that right, haven't I? Where? I'm not prepared at all. I'm so sorry. Yeah. This was my gift from my Secret Santa. And so I'm excited to get to it. It's also quite short. And the reason I'm starting with a short one today on Friday is because I'm planning on tomorrow, Saturday, spending the whole day reading There's No Such Thing as an Easy Job. Brain death. So I'm going to read this all day tomorrow and finish it, hopefully, just like I'll read this tomorrow and I'll read it in its entirety tomorrow, because for anyone else doing Pokemon, it's 401 pages. Well, the acknowledgements is on page 401, and that counts because that's how I do my spreadsheet. So, because I always read the acknowledgements. So I'm going to get UFO by doing that tomorrow. So I wanted something shorter today. So I'm going to be reading my Secret Santa gift, which I'm very excited about. But also doing skincare and probably doing something with my hair first. Hi, welcome. Hey. No, hello. I'm reading Blackbird, which is for the pacifier prompt for Pokemon. Nice. Good to get. I don't even know what I'm reading for pacifier. I guess I should work that out. I'm a mess so far this month. Starting with Second Star to the left, and I'm sure we will hear only good things, at least anywhere that Sash can see. I feel like it's dangerous. Finishing off the Traveling Cat Chronicles for the Catnip Pokemon item. Oh, Amy is here.
Hi, sorry.
No worries. I started chaotically. Welcome. What are you going to be reading?
I want to finish off the Skyward, what do you call them, recaps, so that I can start devouring it, hopefully.
Cool. Good plan. By the way, everyone, I haven't added Amy to the description yet, but I will be putting a link to their Instagram once I've put my skincare on. I'm just
Skincare's important.
Just been living in chaos this afternoon. Still reading yours for now. Yes. Reading Dance of Stars and Ashes Been waiting for the arc since last year, so I dropped everything to read it. Nice. I love dropping everything to read an anticipated book. It always, like, I don't know, it's the closest to childlike joy that I experience. Reading Dark Corners by Megan Golden. Nice. Australian author. Doesn't write books about Australia, but an Australian author. Yes. Gonna get UFO. I just feel like I want to get it out of the way. It's like a 400-page book in one day. Like, I read 400 pages in a day from time to time. Like, that's not so much the issue. It's just like I don't usually read them all in the one book. I got a bit more Pokemon stuff to do, and then going for a walk while listening to an audiobook, and then pick up Firelight. Nice. Very good. And it's totally, I totally didn't get stressed by all of the anticipation in the Discord, by the way. Totally didn't go like, oh shit, well, I can't go on late now. Because of all the anticipation. So thanks, Meredith. Fine. So I need to read my UFO book, but I need a day where I have absolutely nothing to do, because the book I've planned, I believe, is somewhere over 500 pages, and it scares me. I have managed to find one that is like 401 pages, and it also fulfills this month's buzzword. And I'm like, I'm just gonna do it in this 48-hour readathon, because what else am I gonna be doing but reading? Hopefully. I mean, there are other things I should be doing, but if I have anything bad to say, I'll keep it to myself. I don't know how to do that. Gonna mood read the rest of the weekend, because I had 6 more library holds come in today. 12 books already borrowed.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know how they all come in groups. Yeah, there's also, like, because I like my physical library holds do that, but also my Libby holds, because I tend to like push them off, remind me again in like 7 days or something. I just end up with a giant amount that will just arrive once a week. I'll be like, well, no, I can't read all of these, so I will read none of them.
It's me all over.
I love libraries. I love having all of the library holds that I can place with all of the different libraries. It's great, but also I cause problems for myself. I can take a booktuber off my sprinting badge. Yay! You're welcome. I need to make a graphic to track that. Probably. Just more work for you, because you needed more tasks to do for Pokemon. Really worried that you don't have enough to do, and that you might like get bored and try and read a book or something. You can't have that. More Pokemon tasks. Hi, Emily. With friends. I'm currently having a massive wardrobe clean out, but I'm almost finished. I feel so much. That's gonna feel so good to be done. I love unhauling. Like, I love getting rid of stuff. Let's call it unhauling. I never used, like, I never said unhaul before booktube.
Same.
Right, yeah. Well, that's good. That's what you wanted, right? You wanted to drive yourself mad with endless tasks. That's why you started a readathon, right? That was the goal. That's the goal. Surely that's the goal. It's been such a long time coming, and now I just don't care. I used to have a problem with getting rid of clothes, but I have so much to donate, which I'm happy about. Yeah, that's the thing that I always tell myself whenever I'm like clearing out anything, that just like, well, if I'm not using it, like, I mean, because I'm deranged, like what I tell myself is like the object will be much happier going somewhere else where someone will get to use it, because I feel like the object, like anything I own that gets sad if I'm not using it.
I kind of like that, to be honest. I tell myself that the money I spent on it was rent for it to be in my house, and now I'm done with that.
Yeah. Well, like I know the Marie Kondo thing, like she puts it as like the money you spent on that item, like the pleasure you got from that item was in buying it. You like it gave you so much like hope or excitement or pleasure when you bought it, and like it's okay if that's the use that you got out of something, just like the pleasure that you had when buying it and like first having it. That's a totally acceptable use, and
I
it
feel
can
a
move
little
on.
bit out. Oh dear, that's great. That's really clever.
It's fun. Hopefully the fun doesn't stop.
Never.
Yeah, it is only January. Only January 5th. That's how I'm feeling. I'm like, I don't even fit in that size anymore. Advice someone will love you. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, the items want to go, and someone else is going to come across them, and then they'll get the joy all over again, like the pleasure that you had in buying them in the first place. They'll have that all over again.
Yep.
I found pieces of clothing that I forgot I even owned. Yeah.
Yep.
I definitely have some like that. Well, some stuff like I have a bunch of stuff that is too small for me that I was going to give to just realized that like I was about to say I was going to give it to charity, by which I mean my girlfriend Charity, as opposed to an op shop, because she's like a little bit smaller than me, and like she's getting like building out her wardrobe, but then like they've been sitting like packed up to give to her for ages, and we just haven't gotten around to that. So I just like have all these vacuum sealed bags of clothes that are slightly too small for me, but like I had a particular purpose. Wanted like she was meant to go through them and see if she wanted anything. It helps to see what clothes you actually have. Yes. I feel like it's much easier to get dressed when you don't have a bunch of stuff that you're not actually wanting to wear.
Yeah, huge wardrobes are actually counterintuitive for getting dressed, I think.
Yeah. I still keep hoping I'll eventually fit into those too small clothes. Stop.
Yeah, nah.
That. Like, because also, if you ever like do like fluctuate to that size, like to a smaller size, won't you want new things then? Like there'll be other things that you'll want to replace those with anyway. So to be fair, I started working on this like September. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know you meant last year. It's fine. But yes, and you basically haven't stopped.
Yep.
So that's healthy. Perhaps smashing it through. Yeah. Like I'm amazed. Doing such a good job. Also, I would get overwhelmed and die. Personally.
Yeah, literally.
Like I'm in awe. Genuine extreme awe. Right. Just gonna pop on another layer of the skincare. This one has to be shaken. This is like very edifying. Is there anything else that we should cover before like like going into another sprint? Like what kind of like length sprints is everyone feeling? I've probably been doing this. I'm probably going to learn that I do something like really bizarre in the way I do my skincare, and people are going to point it out.
Oh dear. I think it's wonderful. I should do it more often.
Also, yes, I did just use two like basically like similarly very liquidy products. This is a micro essence, and this is a toner.
What's a micro essence exactly?
Well, I mean, it's kind of just like it's it's a moisturizing toner, but with like some other like active ingredients. Like this in particular, like it has like some fermented ingredients.
Mm.
It says microbioferment complex. I don't know, anti-aging shit. I think this also has like this is the like I'm from rice toner, and I'm pretty sure it is also fermented rice. So I basically just put like 2 wet fermented things on my face, one after another. But it's fine. They feel nice. Good. Yeah. Sometimes I just use both of them one after the other because I like how they feel.
I think that's almost the most important part, to be honest. You know, how it makes you feel.
Yeah. I feel like that's a big part of like what my skincare does for me. I don't know if I don't know if it's making some kind of difference to the way my skin is aging. Like apart from sunscreen, like obviously that's gonna make a big difference. But anything else, I don't really.
I'm so bad at putting sunscreen on.
I was bad at it when I was younger, so now I feel like I need to just like slather it on to compensate.
Oh, that was targeted at me. That's a bit how I feel at the moment.
I just like I've had so much sun damage, so I'm just like, well, I don't know. I guess in my mind, like if I get sunburnt one more time, I think that like that's it, and I'll just explode into just one. I'll just become one huge melanoma.
Yeah.
And all of my skin will wrinkle and peel off.
Yeah. I hope that doesn't happen, but I know the feeling.
Mm-hmm. Had some days off during December. Wow. I've had people here and didn't get to see much. Yeah. So basically, like you took some days off because you had guests, and so we're like doing other stuff, like for Christmas and stuff. I don't know. I think this is just my own damage, but I'm just like Christmas is like really busy and stressful, right? Is it busy and stressful for everyone, or is that just the way I've chosen to live my life?
I had my first stress-free Christmas. This last one was gone.
Nice.
It was wonderful. Didn't know it could be like that.
At least I don't have family stress because I don't do Christmas with my family, but I do like cook for all my friends. Like Adrian and I cook Christmas meal. You know how it just sort of blends into there's just the one. And that's always stressful. And also there are people in my house, which is stressful.
Yeah.
The Discord doesn't stop all day. I'm so overwhelmed. Yeah. I had to like really tune the notifications for the Pokemon Facebook, the Pokemon Discord group. Because of like, at first, like I had them off because I was dealing with stuff with my dad, and then when I put them back on, it was just like constant. I'm like, well, obviously, because I put them back on, I was like, oh, I need to be helpful because I haven't been very helpful. And then I was like, nope, it's terrifying. I'm gonna turn that off. Sorry, my mouth's just. Why are we doing this right now? Yeah, self-care, just can't let my skin, like, I don't know, I just have this panic every time I get out of the shower. And so, like, you know, like, it's the best time to do your skincare when you're like still like all of like the stratum corneum is like still like wet and plump from the shower. You want to like seal that in, so that's the best time to do your skincare. So then, but like in my brain turns that into like, if you don't do your skincare shortly after getting out of the shower, then your skin's gonna dry out and flake away and be awful. Just okay, happy with whatever length. Um,
Cool. Now my blood sugar alarm's just gone off. Sorry. I'll be right back.
No worries. Caught myself so many times during my vlogs just putting on moisturizer after a shower while I talk. Yeah, I wish I was better at talking while I do other things. I feel like it takes a lot of my attention to uh, communicate, form words, form sentences that make sense. So I always love in videos when people are just like casually doing something else while they're talking to you, but I am like really terrible at that. Well, they're reading or productivity. Christmas is very busy and stressful. Yes. We should probably do a sprint. So I don't just like keep taking my glasses on and off. Because like, look, there's a few more steps to go. I'm not stopping at the fermented essences. I had all these great plans to like have this like pulled up and ready to go. I'd be all ready, and I was gonna have had a shower and washed my hair and maybe done something with my hair, maybe even wear makeup. And my background was going to be nice. But I spent a whole bunch of time fixing the frame of the picture that's behind me, and then realized that I hadn't eaten, and ate a bunch of food and then got in the shower. So that's sort of where we're at with that. The bongo cat. And apparently last time I used this, it was on an hour, so it's going to be an hour sprint.
That all sounds good to me. Just got more groceries to put away, which is why I was late.
Doris, you didn't have to rush, right? You don't need to feel rushed.
I got all the frozen stuff put away. I was like, yep, okay, that's fine.
I will often take a break after like the frozens and the colds go away. Then it's kind of like, the other stuff can sit there for a little bit.
It's like, it's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, we're doing the keyboard cat.
I love a keyboard cat.
I know, right?
It's so cute.
It is really cute. I don't understand finding it creepy or
It just
weird.
looks at us like, hello, look at me.
It's a cute little guy. Love a little guy. Anyway, let's sprint, and I'll talk to you in an hour. Hi, welcome back. How did we go?
Hi.
Oh, that's just me. There we go.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Brain work. Anyway, I didn't do any reading, so I've started bad. How did you go?
I read the recap for Starsight, and I started reading their first novella, and I'm 17 pages in.
Nice.
No recaps for those, apparently, so...
I am going to read next round.
I'm probably not, to be fair.
I'm gonna make it happen. And also, like, I've taken my afternoon ADHD medication.
Yeah.
So maybe that will help when that kicks in. Because morning has well and truly worn off, and I am not brain work, I think.
Yeah. Robbie only just got off the multiple pills a day.
Okay.
It was rough.
Yeah. Like, I was fine on it before, and then I had stopped taking it for like a year. This is my heart thing, and then like I was approved to go back on it, and so like I'm sort of back up to my previous dose. But yeah, I'm fine with like taking the second one, but like I do find that like sometimes I get a very hard drop off that like just makes me really anxious.
That makes sense.
So Sash hopefully was not murdered by the cat. The cute cat. Yeah. I think that it's very cute and fun. So, also I wanted to check that the music wasn't too loud for anyone, because I don't know. My instinct is to just turn things down. Because sound.
I meant to respond, but then my phone died, and then I forgot.
Right. But was it a good level?
Yeah, it's totally fine.
I'm going to take my headphones off. I read 26 pages, but I'm starting to get a really bad headache, so I think I'm going to head off to sleep. Becca, I assume you're already gone, but sleep tasty.
Mm-hmm.
Tracy read 11%. Yes. Finished the Traveling Cat Chronicles. Angry because it made me cry. Oh, yeah. I feel like that seems like a cry book. I read a cry book recently, and it made me cry, and no further questions. The book made me cry so bad. Yeah. Oh, closed it, put it down, said out loud, actually, screw this book. Yeah, I had kind of that reaction to The Boy and the Dog that I read recently. Except it was like 2 a.m. and I was like, why did I do this?
Yeah.
Read 4% more of my book. Nice. Was reading on my Kindle app, so the music wasn't a problem. That's good. Yeah. For most part, like I took my headphones off and like walked around, but also like a lot of the time when I'm watching sprints, I watch on my phone. So like I close out of YouTube when I'm watching, and I just set a timer to come back. And so like I don't really think about the audio experience.
I do similar, to be honest. Watch them on my phone and then just time up.
Yeah. I'll come back. It's fine. Gotta be able to use like my Libby app and my Bookly app and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
back from my walk and have 40 minutes left of my audiobook.
Yay.
Good job having a walk. That's very good. I have not been on a walk in the past few days.
I've been meaning to try to walk more.
I did take a small unintentional walk last night. Because Adrian was going to take Libby for a short walk. I was staying home because I was making dinner. And he'd been gone like a minute, and he came back, and he's like, somehow the lead wasn't attached to the collar, and I didn't realize until we walked out the gate, and she just like headed off without me.
Oh no.
We had to do
a
bit of chasing, although like mostly now, like what we have to do, like traditionally, like when Libby escapes, because it's the whole thing that has happened a bunch of times everywhere we've lived, basically, for various reasons, because like if she gets the opportunity to escape, she will. We like I mostly do a thing where like we follow at a distance, so like keep her in sight and just like follow her to make sure she doesn't get into trouble until usually something will scare her, and then she'll want to come back, or she'll get tired, and so she'll want us to like come and pick her up and carry her home. That sucks. But lately we've sort of thing where it's just like, okay, well, we're just going to ignore you, and she comes back quicker when we do that. But
I imagine if you followed too close, she'd spook, wouldn't she?
Yeah, because like part of like what she wants to do is she wants to run away while we chase her.
Of course, because chases are fun.
Yeah, chasing is the game that she wants to play. It's not even just that, like, I mean, like she likes the freedom of being out, but like she doesn't actually want to be that far away from us. But she wants to run away while we chase her. And she wants to see us, and like she'll come back, she'll loop back to make sure we're still like following and chasing her. Like when he came and got me, like I walked down the street a bit because he's like she went this way, and so like I was walking down the street and I was looking. I've been looking for her for a while, and then like I looked to the side and there's like this vacant lot with a pathway running through to like the street that runs parallel with our street. And I looked down and I saw a shape, and the shape was getting bigger, and then I realized it was like Libby on the path. And then she noticed me, she saw me, and she started running full tilt towards me, until she got like. So she ran down the path and then like across the street to where I was, and then veered away to run off.
Like, I want you to see me, so you chase me.
Yeah, she wants to do the chasing. And she's obviously much faster than we are.
Oh god.
So like there's no like we can't like keep pace with her running. So like we sort of have to like slowly, like if we're going to follow her, we sort of have to do it like really slowly and carefully and stop a lot and pretend that we're not following, because the faster we go, she will go.
Oh man.
Love to just like run.
Oh, I'm so entertained, but I know that if I was in your position, I'd be like fully grumbling so much.
Yeah. It's just like it wasn't too bad because she did like the only time that she went towards the busy road was like when she was coming back from the busy road when I saw her, and mostly so she was just hanging around like the quiet street, so there's no cars. But like the issue with Libby is that she has no fear of cars.
Oh no.
She assumes, and this has been true for her every time it's happened in her life, they will stop for her.
That's lucky.
So if she runs across the street in front of a car, in her experience, they'll stop for her and not hit her. Because again, like Libby is the main character of the universe. So like obviously,
you're having a heart attack, of course.
Yeah, obviously the world revolves around her, and obviously she's the most powerful and wonderful and important creature in the universe. So obviously the big metal car will stop for her. No problem.
Of course.
And that has been the case the time, and like, oh god, watching that happen, like one of the first times she got out, she just like ran straight in front of a car. It was able to stop in time. but it just horrifying. Just felt like I was having a heart attack.
Pure terror, unreal. That'd be, yeah. Oh my god, I don't even think about that.
But
That'd
yeah,
be awful.
yeah. Any of the times, like she's been lucky. She mostly sticks to quiet streets. So like when there are cars, they're not going too fast, and they see her. Like the drivers see her and do stop and avoid her and do not hit her. Probably the drivers also have a heart attack. So like yeah, like all evidence to her points that like yes, obviously there is no reason that she sees just to not run in front of the car.
Oh my goodness. I'm planning on teaching my cat when I get her to walk on a harness.
Hmm.
And I'm at least thankful that if ever she wants to be carried, I can just pick her up and it won't be a big deal because she's not going to
Yeah.
be a very big cat. But I'm like, God, dogs are so fast and so strong. And I'm just like,
No.
jeez.
Livy in particular is like, I mean, she's quite strong. Shivas are fairly muscular, and so stubborn. Just like it is like it's very rare that anyone could ever have a Shiba off leash because they just like they don't come back when you call them. Like they like it's even a well-behaved Shiba.
Yeah.
They like it's really hard to teach them like recall in a situation where they could just go wherever they want. So
cats in dog bodies. They're like,
I'm
oh,
just like,
you called. Bye, human.
yeah, yeah. Come chase me.
They're so cute. Oh my god.
Very cute little asshole.
Hopefully it'll get me walking though, since it's
Yeah.
apparently good for my blood sugar, so fingers crossed.
That is one thing I like about having an animal that requires regular walks. Like it's
Incidental exercise.
Yeah, it just like I feel like having a dog encourages me to take care of myself. Just sort of incidentally. I'm not motivated enough to take care of myself just like for my own.
Oh god, no. Who does that?
But like obviously I need to take care of Libby, Princess Libby, Queen of the Wild.
Oh, Libby is the queen of booktube. We know this.
Mm-hmm. She's the most important character. I'm gonna try and also finish the Kamagawa Food Detectives tonight, halfway through it, and it has Before the Coffee Gets Cold vibes. Nice. I like that title, the Kamagawa Food Detectives.
Hope it's good.
Just came back like, how dare you? It's fine. Read about 26 pages. If you came back late and just 26 pages, I thought that you would finish a whole book in the sprint if you were going to come back late. What was even the point? Hi, Lana. Just finished work. Nice. Listen to Libby stories all day. That's a quality I like in my friends. Or quality I kind of require in my friends, because you're going to hear about Libby stories. I was once on a date with someone, and they really liked hearing about Libby. But I launched into a story, and they're like, you have told me this one before.
It's like, you're not meant to tell me. Shush.
Yes. I'm well enough.
Yeah, ditto.
During the sprint, I did like at one point go to like cool off in the air conditioning and went to lay down on the couch and like leaned backwards and slammed my shoulder blade into like the corner of the armrest, because like we've got like an L-shaped like couch that like has a chaise section. What's on my arm? Oh, I'm just like, do I have a burn? No, it's just from leaning my arm on the desk. Yeah, so I slammed my shoulder blade into the corner of the couch, and it really hurt, and I didn't like it. But otherwise, yeah. When do you get the kitty?
When, from my maths, it'll be around March, mid to late March. I think will be when we get her. Basically, it'll depend on her weight because they dissex before they send them, which is what something I was really looking for in a breeder, so that that they were responsible. So it will depend on her weight. Being she's female, her weight, they may need to keep her longer before they do the surgery because they wait until they're a certain weight before they do the desexing surgery. And so around March-ish, fingers crossed. That would be ideal. And hopefully we'll know what her eye color is by then too, because her eyes are still blue. She's tiny.
It's a surprise.
Yeah, it's nice.
But yeah, I always think that that's a good sign with breeders that are not trying to just like get rid of the animals as soon as like they can, like in theory, be separated. Like, because like really like the minimum should be 8 weeks, but then like even then, if they decide like, oh, they would benefit from a little bit longer, the breeders that are like, yeah, well, we'll take a little bit longer, it's fine.
I think she does about somewhere between like 12 and 16 weeks, depending on the weight. So like I like that because I feel like I have a better idea of what her personality is going to be like as well.
Yeah, I think that's really good. And like that's just it's opportunity to like do more like spend time learning from her like mom and siblings and stuff, just like have that extra socialization time and like learning and developing just like important like developmental stage stuff where they would still be having family time.
Yeah, like time with the litter mates and all of that sort of stuff. We've got pictures of the parents and all of that, so that's been pretty cool. So I've got an idea of what she's probably going to look like as she gets bigger.
Adorable is what she's going to look.
Oh, I mean that's a given. I think she's probably going to be really dark brown when she gets older, with like a big sheepy coat, really thick and curly. She's going to be gorgeous.
And then you can get her a little bicycle and a little Victorian riding habit.
Robbie loved that picture. He thought it was great. I love it. I can't wait to get her all the jumpers.
Oh, you're so cute.
I'm excited.
And you'll have a Devon Rex club.
Meredith actually inspired me to look into the breed.
That makes sense. I feel like Tilly's presence is very inspirational.
She's like Queen II.
Yeah. The adorable little yeast beast.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Quiet that.
Yeah, Tilly's. I can imagine Tilly wouldn't deign to walk on a leash.
Yeah. I am so hoping Pepper will be agreeable.
My cat is harness trained, so I can take him hiking. Oh, that's so cool. So funny when we started with it. Yeah, there's a couple of there's a channel that we watch because we watch a lot of sheepbird channels on YouTube, and some of the people also have cats. And so this one that we've been watching for like a really long time, since before they even had cats, have a Sheba who looks she's about the same age as Libby, and she looks so much like Libby, and sort of has their whole life, because like we were watching this channel even before we got Libby. Like they also have a cat, and like one of the cats like loves to be on the harness, like, and he loves to go out for walks, because also he does kind of think that he does think that he's the same as whatever animal Momo the Sheba is, because like he was a very tiny kitten when they got him. Like he seemed like too young. I think that he was maybe a rescue, but I'm not sure. But he was like constantly trying to nurse from Momo the Sheba. And he was just like this extremely awkward, very gawky kitten. And he's still like a very awkward adult cat. And like we kind of joke that he always kind of looks like he's seeing into a different dimension. Like his perception of reality is not the same as ours. Like he can see like through time or into another dimension, or he can see ghosts or something, because like he just like has that air around him and seems to be interacting with like the world in a different way to what we understand. But he has like this harness that's like a little pilot shirt, and they call him Captain, and it's adorable. He also drinks water really weird because, again, he's learned to do everything from Momo the Shiba.
That's so cute.
Just like splashes water all the way up his face every time he tries to drink.
It's funny enough when Persians try to drink, so they dunk half their fur in the water. Frack up.
My cat would mad at me before he would let me put collar on. Tux is very handsome though, so
he's a beautiful boy. We forgive him.
Yeah, he doesn't want to have anything to like detract from his already tuxedo look. So
he's like, don't encumber me.
Yeah, like I do not need further accessories from you. Thank you. I have this covered. I'm just about to end my sprints. I'll be sending people over. Oh, thank you.
Join us.
Don't tell Tilly that Lady Hub is the main character. Tilly thinks it's her. Yeah, I think there's a certain, we all know the type that thinks they're the main character. At least I can't remember what time I put on the sheet that I was going to go for at least 4 hours, and been going for an hour and 3/4 so far. So at least another like 2 and a bit hours, probably more. By the way, don't feel like you need to stay up late, Amy, or anything. Just sort of like go until I want to stop, but it'll be later in the evening, and of course, like I'm an hour behind. So.
Good point.
I just listened to the story a second time, honestly. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think they had listened to the story a second time, and it was when I was launching into it a third time. They it was very gentle. They were very gentle about, like, I think you have actually told me this one before. But I was just like, oh, fuck. I fucked up.
It's like, oh no, so awkward. My other half just listens again. He just goes, okay.
Yeah. I'm not even sure how many people like listen to my repeat stories. I can't tell, because like the people who are still around are the ones that will listen to the repeat stories. What's everyone reading? Nothing yet for me, but I will be reading The Premonition. So pretty. My Secret Santa book, and I don't actually know who my Secret Santa was, but
that one.
Nice. Reading second star to the left, with no pressure at all.
Don't forget, tell Sash you love it, no matter what.
Yeah. A lot of Stariel by AJ Lancaster. I've never heard of this book. That's because Lana is just way cooler than me.
It's one of the Babe books, I think.
Ooh, interesting. I remember we had to wait a bit longer to get Tilly, as she was underweight for dyslexia.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's a like common thing with Devon Rexes. And then we got Tilly, and she ate and ate and ate and ate, and we were very confused. I just happens like that sometimes. Hello. Got my cat at 6 weeks old because his mother abandoned him. Oh, he was possibly the tiniest thing in the world. Now he's 6.5 kilos.
My last cat was abandoned. I think he was about 3 or 4 weeks old. So he was like this big, teeny tiny little thing, meowing all over the place. He didn't know how to be a cat.
Yeah. Another channel we watched got a second cat, kitten earlier this year, and I think he was a rescue, and he arrived like so tiny. Oh yeah, they had actually said that like he had some issues with like malnourishment. But now he's huge, and he's bigger than their other cat, and almost I'd say he's almost bigger than their smaller sheep, because they have two sheeps and one of them is like very small. And like the what started out as like this minuscule malnourished kitten has like grown into a giant cat in like less than a year.
Nice. A lot of my breeder's cats are like that as well. She just has some that are really curly and some that are more velvety.
Yeah, because it's like I was watching a YouTube video that talked about like it was about like Sphinx cats, but it also talked about Devon Rexes in that, because like I feel like Devon Rexes were bred into like the Sphinx cat.
Yeah, I think Sphinx has contributed to the breed. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like it's. I mean, like all like differences start out as a mutation, but yeah, it's like recessive, right? So
yeah, I can't remember which coat is more common, but all I know is that you do just get the two coat types, and I know my girl's dad, Anakin, he's got the more velvety style coat, and her mum's got a really thick curly coat, and she seems to have taken after her mum.
Nice. Just realized I didn't even have the book I'm reading on the 48-hour TBR. Oops. That's whatever.
It's fine.
I'm like continuing to obsessively hold myself to the standard of like I have to just read from my own TBR for the 48-hour thing. So like I do actually have an audiobook on the go that I'm just gonna pause and not read this weekend. But then like it means that like, oh, it would be nice to just have a less pressure audiobook to listen to when my brain is like it is.
Feel that.
But I haven't done that for myself. It's just all literary fiction. I'm genuinely enjoying it so far. Good. I mean, I don't know if Sash is here currently watching, but just display this on the screen just like as proof. Genuinely enjoying it. Good.
That's good.
Oh, thank you. My dad joked once that we should have named him Clifford because I love made him grow and grow. That's adorable.
I loved Clifford.
Yeah. That's so adorable. I love that. But yeah, I love it's like seeing a rescue like just blossom. So nice.
So lovely.
Ruby was an adult when I got her, so it didn't get to see her grow from a puppy. Although I've seen pictures of her as a puppy, destroying a rose bush. She's like knocked over the pot and like pulled the bush out of the pot and is like, destroying. Just
destructive little things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So she was born with it. For whatever it is, she was born with it. We're reading books Sash recommended this weekend. Oh, maybe I should do. I don't have any books on my physical TBR, but Sash recommended reading The Wolf in the Garden this weekend. I feel left out now. I want to follow the trend. Also, can you please both recommend a book for 12 Rex for 12 friends?
Ooh, okay. What sort of things do you like reading, Lana? Like, what's your favorite?
What's a good Lana book?
I haven't finished getting Rex either, don't worry.
I didn't even ask for any, because again, I don't trust any of you.
I won't be able to recommend something that you would like. Your taste is so different. I wouldn't know. All
of the bean.
Oh dear. Okay.
I just want to be clear. It's not that I don't trust everyone's like taste. Like, it's not that I'm saying that like I think you have bad taste or anything. It's that I don't trust pretty much like most of you to not troll me with like, rather than like recommending like specifically like a really good book, but something to just like troll me.
I would try to pick something beautifully written, but because I don't really read that sort of thing, I would probably end up recommending Smart.
Yeah.
Speaking
Well,
of Smart, though,
it's easy to come up with a troll recommendation.
I mean, fair, definitely. Okay, here we go. This one, Cinnamon Roll by Anna Zabo. Lana? Is literally like one of my faves.
What's it about?
It is a male BDSM romance. And the Dom is like the biggest cinnamon roll in the world. Like, he's just, the sub just doesn't look after himself, doesn't treat himself very well, and he just pushes away the Dom all the time. And the Dom's just the biggest cinnamon roll in the world. And it's just very nice and very healing.
Oh, that sounds really nice.
Yeah, like he's super into, obviously consent is important. That's, a given, but he's very into making sure that all the discussions are had and all the things are ironed out, and, that things are done as healthily as possible. So yeah, I really liked it. Oh, and there's pan rep.
Nice.
Right? I thought so. Oh, and the author is non-binary.
Nice. Good recommendation. I'm gonna need to think about this. I need to like chew and ruminate. But yes, I did really like the Louisa Masters series. Not just book, series, because I just read the whole series just immediately. Just one after another to binge them. And then I recommended that same book to Meredith as well. So I passed it on.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. It's good to find the really good ones, though. Like, I feel like with romance, like, there's lots of enjoyable romance, but like when you find like those really, 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 really good ones, it's like I feel like they're a bit rarer.
Yeah. The special ones.
If I remember correctly, the aftercare is pretty good, but it's been a little while. It's definitely in there. I just don't remember like how detailed it is.
Seems like a very good recommendation. I'm like, oh, I've got to follow that up now. I've got to come up with a really good recommendation as well. It's a spin-off series. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't read the spin-offs yet.
Dragons and Demons and Law. That sounds fun.
It's such a fun series. I just love a fun paranormal romance. Doesn't just does just the right amount.
I feel like paranormal is very underrated.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Googling.
Yeah. And just it really, you came along with that recommendation like exactly when I needed it. Like, I needed like something else to just something fun to get obsessed with. I just love a fun series to just fall into and just binge.
Okay, so that here be Dragons and Demons, and are they Louisa Masters?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. Oh, those covers. Oh, wow. Not the worst covers I've ever seen though, but they are fun. Oh, that's great. I love it. Reunion, that's where I need to start. Okay.
Is there a map of like the reading order or anything?
This one just says right under it, prequel novella. There we go.
Nice.
Reunion. Website, but it's website exclusive. Boo, hiss. Oh, but the audiobook's only $3.
Oh, well then.
Pretty much my thinking. Oh, sorry. $3 US. Beg pardon. PayPal's like $4.65. Mike, yes.
Read the Hidden Species series first, though.
Oh, I'll just download them.
Start with Demons Do It Better.
All right.
Yeah, which is the one I started with, and it's so fun.
I really need to actually. Oh, sorry, you go.
I just it just made me so happy. Demons Do It Better. It was just a very fun book.
Oh, good. I trust your romance recommendations. I pretty much enjoy everything that you've recommended, even the ones that you sort of pan cheekily. I usually enjoy myself because I'm just like, you wouldn't keep reading it if you weren't, enjoying yourself in some fashion.
Well, I do keep reading a lot of romance that I don't enjoy, but I just I don't really have anything to say about the ones that I like.
I think I've had this before. Okay. Yep, there we go. Voila. Kindle Unlimited on my phone.
I'm staring at Goodreads to try and work out what my recommendation is going to be. This is kind of not really in line with anything we've been talking about, but Lana, you should read Fly Away by Kathleen Jennings, because I want to recommend it more, and I really loved it. It's a novella, so if you don't like it, it's short.
Nice.
But it is this really cool, interesting Aussie Gothic horror novella. It's very I'm always kind of interested in Australian Gothic, because I feel like we very much sort of have less of the kind of atmospheric vibes that you usually associate with Gothic. And I think Fly Away is actually set in somewhere inland Queensland. Yeah, Western Queensland.
I was just thinking sorry.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that we usually don't get any better than atmospheric for Australia because of the whole, I don't want to say we're a young country because we're not, obviously. But everything, all the infrastructure is new. So we don't sort of have any of that sort of Gothic vibes that you sort of associate.
Yeah,
with sort of older infrastructure.
The decaying of Gothic, we don't really have. And we don't have full vibes.
Yeah,
yes.
What? I remember being so perplexed when I first really got to know that sort of seasonal sort of way of looking at things, especially being a Queensland person, I was what? Even down here, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
It's hot, 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 cold.
Yeah. And yeah, I feel like especially in Queensland, it's only like truly you could even call it cold for like a very short amount of time, and then so it's sort of like a mild. There's a mild period,
Yep,
and
yep.
but yes, Australian Gothic horror novella Fly Away by Kathleen Jennings. Also, the author is also an illustrator, and there are some really cool illustrations in the book as well. Just like sort of little like chapter heading things and stuff, just of Australian birds in particular, which I just really liked.
That's really cool.
But yeah, it's a very cool book that I don't recommend enough. Because it is one of my favorites and I don't talk about it. And so I'm going to talk about it more and you're going to read it. It's decided. Hi, just migrating over from Dusty Books Campus. Welcome. And welcome anyone else joining us from Nicole's Friends. This is not going to be as engaging. Nicole's Friends are much more cool and professional than I can manage to do, but I hope you'll enjoy spreading with us. I've heard some myths and legends from my Indigenous friends, and supernatural horror is definitely a thing Oz has in spades. Yeah.
100%.
I feel like I like horror. Like I particularly like I want more. I want to read. Like I've liked pretty much everything I've read, and I want to read more Aussie horror. Because I also I find horror in climates that are not the fall vibes that is often associated with horror really compelling. Like I like interesting extremes of climate. Like I like I love extreme cold horror like Arctic and Antarctic horror, but I also like extreme hot, and I feel like remoteness is really interesting and compelling as well in those cases. So
yep.
Do you have any favorites from the Miles Franklin Award? I actually haven't seen.
Okay.
What's nominated?
Thank God for Wiki.
Oh wait, yes I have. I don't think I'd read anything. There was I have a few on my TBR. Oh wait, no, I have read. Though I've only read one of the books on the 2023 shortlist, which is Cold Enough for Snow, which I thought was very beautiful. But I don't really have any sort of interesting things to say about it. I just thought it was quite a beautiful, a very short but very beautiful book. I'm really interested in reading the winner, Chai Time at Cinnamon Gardens. But the thing that keeps putting me off from reading it is it seems like it will be cozy and fun, and that's not what I read. So I feel like it'll be too pleasant for me.
I'm definitely not recognizing much here. That it definitely doesn't look like it's my style of book. Like lots of Tim Winton.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, if we're doing any book that's ever been shortlisted or won, I mean, I know Too Much Lip won its year 2019, I think. I love Too Much Lip, but yeah, the 2023 list. Oh, Enclave was on the long list for 2023. Read that.
Yeah, I remember you telling me just not to bother, which is hilarious because it's on my shelf, here somewhere. I've heard good things about The Yield by Tara June Winch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
what else have I like? Because there's a couple here that I've heard good things about, but nothing here that I've actually read. Like, what's another one? I saw another one that I thought, oh, I've heard about that. No, I can't find it now. Oh, Jasper Jones by Craig Silvey. A couple of others, but I haven't read any of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I've usually read one or two on the long list.
Mm.
But, I haven't really made an effort to read the winners or anything.
Mm.
But I like to see what's there. But yeah. I'm also, in case I didn't make it clear, I really hated Enclave by Claire G. Coleman.
I think your phrasing was "don't bother."
Yeah. Yeah, I hated it so much that it made me sort of like because I really liked Terra Nullius, and it made me like it less in retrospect, just because like I didn't like Enclave. I was just like, oh, actually, some stuff that I thought was just like a deliberate stylistic choice. I think that you're just a bad writer. So yeah.
Oh no.
I'm very sour about Enclave.
You and I couldn't have more different tastes though. When you read Tender as the Flesh, I was like, oh, maybe she'll like this, which I gave 4 stars. And then you were like, don't like this.
Yeah, 1 star. Hated it. Very angry at it.
I was like, oh no. But at the same time, I kind of got it. Like,
yeah,
it was so slow. It was so unbelievably slow.
Yeah. Also, I just like, I don't know. I thought it was going to be something that it wasn't. And like, I know I need to make a video or something properly explaining my feelings. And like, I've like started writing it a few times, and I've talked to Adrian about it, that like he's sort of helping me put some things into words, because he was sort of like there with me the whole time that I was like having the reaction where I realized like, oh, this isn't actually what I thought it was. Because I thought that it wasn't actually a message about the horrors of factory farming. Because like that seems like, and like, but yeah, reading some interviews with the author where she's just talking about like, oh, we have like a real meat culture. And it's like, I'm sorry, that's the thing, that's the pressing thing that you want to bring out. Like that's what you're going to talk about. This is what you're using. This is what you're talking about. This is what an Argentinian writer born in the 70s thinks is like a pressing issue to talk about.
True, I didn't even think about that.
I'm just there was so much that I thought it was leading into. Like, I'm like, obviously it's not just about factory, because I also think that it does a bad job of like having it like, if you're going to make an argument against eating meat or factory farming, I think it actually does a really bad job of making that argument. Because we do actually feel differently about it when it's people. Just like going like, oh, but what if it was people? Isn't actually a good argument, because it is kind of different when it's people. We do have different values about that.
Not to mention, you can't really compare animals and humans without looking like an asshole.
Yeah,
like, you know, like it just doesn't work.
I also didn't think that enough time was given to like, oh, like how did we arrive at this? Like the decisions that we're made about like because like I think there's interesting things to say about like who we decide are expendable. And I think that there's definitely a lot of things that you could say about that. And also from Argentina, that, like maybe some historical things have happened that you could maybe talk about seeing people as expendable. But no, we're not doing that. It's just, I think that people eat too much meat, and like, what if it were humans? Wouldn't that be gross? And it's like, great, thanks for coming to talk to us today. You can leave.
I definitely saw more of the human rights angle. Like, there's certain people, like you said, certain people as expendable, certain people as just unimportant to, you know, the world, except for the consumption of them, whether you look at it from the direct consumption that's happening in the book versus the consumption of the person through like the work they do and blah, 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 and that sort of thing. And I found that in itself to be really powerful, because they were just They were just people that could just be written off, which just was like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah.
So
Like
that part of I liked.
the author actually uses the word, well, okay, the translator actually uses the word, like refers to someone being disappeared. And like at that point I thought, is the author actually trolling the Western audience, that this is like actually a really compelling performance piece where she's being like, oh, like the Western audience is going to think that this is just about factory farming and like cannibalism and stuff, but actually it's not, because like if you're using the word like disappeared in the context of Argentinian history, that like people get disappeared. Yeah, I don't know. I like for a brief period of time I convinced myself that like it was like a really fascinating piece of like trolling. But yeah, I think that if you want to read a book, like I feel like there's like a book that does a better job of like looking at the effects of like unethical farming practices, specifically Argentina. Fever Dream by Samantha Schweblin does a better job of that. That's more about like pesticide stuff and the way that affects individuals and a community and leads through things. And I recently read a really short story that I'm going to check the name of so I can recommend it, because it's really short, so like everyone could read it. That was like, it's called like How to Cook and Eat the Rich, I think. And I thought that it did like a way better job of like tackling the like, because in that one it also has the premise of some kind of like disease has happened that has made animals unable to be like eaten by humans. So like it's not possible to get animal meat anymore. And you know what most people, like particularly like middle class to poor people, do, the people who are not the ultra rich, they just don't eat meat. They just eat vegetables, because you know, like historically there are periods of time when people can't get meat.
That's what happened.
And they just don't eat meat.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what book
oh, sorry, you go.
No, you go.
You know what book I do like that really questions like human rights abuses and the essentially the usability of people and the ignorance of their humanity, essentially. Docile by K.M. Sparrow.
Oh yeah, I like that one.
Beautiful. I really enjoyed that. Messed up, holy heck, but really good. As soon as I heard the tag for that, I was like, oh my god, I need to read that. Ooh, How to Cook and Eat the Rich. I need that.
Yeah, and it is a free short story on Tor, tor.com, and it's very short. There's no audiobook. I mean, like some tor.com shorts get audiobooks. This one doesn't have one, but it's very short, and there's also like some cool like what is the word? Like, I don't know that I'd say it's multimedia. There's a brochure and stuff that you're reading, but like, yeah, it's I won't say really anything else about it, except that I felt that it like had a much more interesting thing to say about like, oh, like what happens, like people who decide that like they would be interested in like when animal meat is no longer available, eating human meat, like how that might look. And it's very funny also. It's like satirical horror, I would say. But yeah, it's very good and fun, and I highly recommend. And I think like it was like when I read it, I went back again to like being angry about Tender as the Flesh, because I'm like, this does a way better job.
This is what it should have been.
Yeah, and it's like 19 pages. So
nice. This, I just noticed the author of this is the same author as the Book Eaters.
Oh.
I'm not surprised to see that, to be honest, considering the premise of the Book Eaters.
Yeah.
Like I remember reading the premise for that and I was like, oh, that sounds a little effed up. I either read like sci-fi, fantasy, or wow, that's really effed up sounding. Like some sort of social horror of some kind.
Yes, I also enjoy that.
It's about the only
Yeah.
horror I read too. All right.
uh,
Got it. Gonna read it.
Excellent. But yeah, I really like that. It's a good short story. I like reading horror that is. Oh wait, did I miss a comment? Yeah, I'm cooking dinner. I only had a couple felt tips, so I wrote it down on my arm to look up Dragon Sprint. Also, I'm sorry we haven't gone into another sprint. By the way, I just went on like a Tender as the Flesh tangent.
Totally my fault. I'm the one who brought it up.
I like reading horror that is set in most people's happy place. Yeah, I like that idea. That like subverting. Yeah. What does horror? Is it just violence or is it something else? I think it's definitely something else. I don't think that horror necessarily has to be violent or even graphic. I don't know that I can answer this.
I'd call docile horror, and it's definitely, well, it's graphic, but it's not graphic in that way. It's like just something that's like a premise that's horrifying, I suppose.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of things that are like sort of blended genres do tend to like fit under horror. I feel like I consider myself to be someone who reads quite a bit of horror, but I feel like a lot of the things I read aren't even like, you wouldn't necessarily identify like horror as the pure only genre, because I feel like a lot of horror, like it fits into like multiple things.
Yeah,
like docile is like, I guess technically sci-fi horror because it is like dystopian horror.
True, that's a good point. That's also got like the social horror side of things as well.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of ink has been spilled on defining horror, and I don't know that I really have a good like easy definition, but I definitely don't think it's just violence.
No,
And in
I
fact,
agree.
like, there's a lot of horror that isn't like violent. Like I tend to really like a like psychological creeping kind of horror in particular.
And there's a lot to be said for discussion on subgenres as well. Like you could say sci-fi, but really you could be talking about space operas, solar punk, dystopian, like, and they're all totally different books.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, thinking about sci-fi, like the film Alien is a horror movie,
100%.
but it is also, it's sci-fi. Like it's like I feel like it's inarguably sci-fi, but it is also, I feel like, inarguably a horror movie. Yeah,
because you read something like solar punk and it's like hopeful and happy and like totally different books.
And I like things. Solar punk is interesting. I like when subgenres are kind of like, because solar punk has been more sort of defined by the writers working in it, whereas I feel like a lot of genres, and like eventually, like I feel like solar punk is becoming this way, but like eventually, like genres are technically just sort of like serve as marketing terms, and that's why they're kind of difficult to pin down a lot of the time, because it is it's used for marketing. But I do also like when like genres act more like that sort of, like, I feel like solar punk is a literary movement.
It is very much so, I think.
Because like
also,
particularly like, you know, we're getting to observe it, because we're getting to observe it now, like because it is an emergent genre that is happening like now. Like the authors who are writing in it are writing now, and they are in conversation with each other, and their works are in conversation with each other.
They're defining it as they go.
Yeah.
But then you get things also like genres that are used a lot in movies and stuff as well, that have sort of laid the path for the books and the movies and the TV shows and all that come after as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, like watchers and readers have got preconceived ideas of what you know, your typical space opera is already.
Yeah. It's really cool. Yeah. Winner of the Miles Franklin was free last month on Audible. Yeah. I think I grabbed it, but I can't remember. But I also know, like, my library, like, has a bunch of copies of the audiobook, so I didn't feel super urgent. I've had the audiobook out and not read it several times, and I feel bad about it. I should really get to it. Sometime this year, I will read it. Yeah,
Which one was that one?
Chai Time at Cinnamon Gardens.
Ah.
But yeah, I'll get to it. I swear, I promise. Someone hold me to that, maybe.
I probably won't.
Jessica Jones was fantastic. I can't remember.
I can't even remember what it was about myself, eh?
Yeah, okay. This was Clergy Coleman. I think it was, yeah, it just like there was stuff that I thought like she's doing like stylistically in Terra Nullius that like now I'm just like, oh, maybe
that wasn't intentional.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't intentional. I thought it was intentional, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then in the context of Enclave, I was like, oh, it's kind of dumb. I get the saltiest about the books that I have the highest expectations for. I'm back. Sorry, I had dinner and went and showered, self-care, etc. How dare you? No, that's good. Showering and self-care, 100% in favor of, obviously. Sitting down to read. Nice. Going to pick my year of rest and relaxation, even though it wasn't on my TBR. I'll focus on novellas tomorrow, so it's fine. I mean, it's not like there's any requirement to read anything in particular. I think a lot of people that don't read it think it's more slasher type things. Yeah, I think definitely. But horror is so much more. Absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. Like it's not that I don't like slasher. Like there's been some slasher stuff I like that I've read, but just like horror is so huge and expansive and covers like so many different things. Horror is so much more. I feel like there is horror out there for everyone. I think you're probably right with that, honestly. I feel like, yeah, it is so varied, and there is a lot of stuff that is like very, very definitely horror and very compelling that isn't necessarily like someone doesn't have to die for it to be horror. There are a lot of things that like play on those sorts of emotions that really definitely fit into horror that aren't necessarily just like, you know, the slasher type things like that. But yeah, we should probably do another sprint because I feel like I'm like, I don't know, I feel like I'm wasting everyone's time. I was like, I assume like, yes, I assume that people don't feel that way, that I'm wasting your time, but my brain is like this, and so I worry. I'm just like, oh no, people came here to read, and I'm complaining about books I didn't like last year. But yeah, so we get to do another sprint.
It sounds good.
Just tap instead.
Man, the timing is perfect. My laptop just had a absolute tizzy about my battery.
Oh no. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go into a sprint for an hour again because I don't.
Lovely.
All right. See everyone in an hour. Come back. I'm just slightly distracted because Libby is still outside. Just because she. Oh no. Okay, she just came back. I'm just gonna go shut the door, so because she's back in. I'll be back in a sec.
So how did everybody else go? Oh, we have a Libby. The queen herself is here.
Yes. She does not appreciate it.
Hey, baby girl, you're so cute.
I finally got some reading done that sprint.
Yay.
Only like 26 pages. But a dog was mentioned, but then immediately they're like, oh, because the family is talking about how they're going to get a puppy soon. But they mention that's a foreign breed. I'm like, oh, so not a she? Why would you even bother?
Rude.
She's not so one cute. Of the beautiful, precious native breeds of Japan.
She's so
Why would you want anything else? She's perfect. Well, I mean, they're getting a big dog, but why would you not just get an Akita?
True, they're bloody massive.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
yeah. Libby's best friend is an American Akita across Malamute.
Oh, wow.
His name is Juki. He's very beautiful.
Fluffnado, I'll bet.
A very just like wonderful teddy bear. He actually likes to have a hug, unlike this lady.
She's like, I put up with you because you feed me.
Yeah. So he's like almost 4 times her size.
Oh my god.
Lets her boss him around. Like lets her pretend that she's the boss, and also when she plays with him, she acts like, yes, like when she looks at him, I feel like what she sees is like, yes, this is a dog that is the same size as me. We're the same.
I believe it.
We're the same powerful, large creatures. Definitely. But it was so nice when, because like we met him and his family at the dog park. But it was so nice because like when we first got Libby, she was actually having some trouble at the dog park because she's a dog from a breeder, and she spent the first like 3.5 years of her life with the breeder, and like as a show dog, and they were going to breed her, but it turned out she was barren, and so that's how we ended up being able to, like, we came along at just the right time when they were thinking about like, oh, we either need to do like investigate her fertility or find her a new home.
Yeah.
Because she didn't win any shows. She's from...
I don't know why. She's beautiful.
No, she's from like a hugely winning lineage. Like her grandfather was the first ever like Australian Supreme Grand Champion Shiba Inu.
Wow.
We met him. He like all of the time he will just like stand there and he'll just sort of like stare off into the middle distance, and he looks like he's like a wolf on a mountaintop, just like staring.
Oh, wow.
He's like so majestic and beautiful. And they didn't really want to breed her because she has like a very wonderful like smooth gait. Like when she like runs and walks and trots around, like she just like moves so fluidly and beautifully. But it was not meant to be so. But that means that we got to have her.
She's so beautiful. Look at that face.
And I mean, like, honestly, her personality is that she was always meant to be just like a treasured princess pet.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she grew up with playing with other sheeps. like she doesn't really play with toys very much. She only picks up toys to like tell us that she wants to play with us because she's worked out that she's like, this is a dumb thing that you like, right? So like she'll pick up a toy and like throw it for us. Like we're very stupid and we like stupid things like that. But otherwise she uses like Shiba play language is kind of a bit scary to some other dog breeds. Like she plays with other Spitz breeds. Like a lot of other Spitz breeds can sort of speak her language, at least to some degree, and so she plays well with them. But like when she met Juki, like finally, like he was using all of the same play language as her, and
She's
they
like,
just
aha,
well.
I understand you.
All the time we go to the dog park, and like a dog would want to play with her and then bark at her, and she's like, "Oh, if you're barking at me, like obviously I don't want to engage with that. Big fuss. I'm going to walk away." And then like she'd want to play with a dog, and she'd bare her teeth and spin around really fast, which is how a Shiba tells you that they want to play.
Which baring teeth for any other dog would be like aggressiveness.
Yeah. If you look up any videos of like Shibas playing, like their teeth are out. They look terrifying. That's just how they play. That's just what they look like when they're playing. Because also their dogs like she has very dirty teeth. Don't judge me, but they have very big teeth. Like they have a little mouth with a lot of teeth in it, and they just like get them out when they're playing. And so like yeah, but like other dogs are like, oh, this is aggression. You want me to leave and leave you alone, and so they would leave her alone. And she'd be like, but I said I wanted to play. Why would anyone play with me?
Girl.
But yeah, then she got to meet Juki, and they just played together so well. And she will run with him, and he like at this one time he like completely bowled her over and like trampled her, and she basically like rolled in a ball, like rolled along the ground and got straight back up running.
Of course.
She's just like very
just roll with the punches.
Yeah. And she's just like, yes, we are large dogs playing together. That's also like before we got she was like one of the things like there's lots of stuff about like, oh, what you need to know if you're gonna have a Shiba, and like one of the things was like they are on the small side of medium dogs, so like and some Shibas, like Libby is actually like quite large for a female, large for a bitch. She's a big bitch. But don't put them, like if you go to a dog park that has a small dog and a large dog pen, they don't go in the small dog pen. Do not put them in the small dog pen. They are too, like they need to play with the big solid rough dogs because they are rough. They will be overwhelming to the small dogs.
You know, she's just loving life.
Yeah.
Like, yes, human, pet me.
Just
she's
like
so beautiful.
There's a cloud of fur coming off her right now. It's like stuck all over. Like I have like a pop filter on my microphone, and it's just covered in dog hair now. She's shedding a lot at the moment.
He's very hot though.
Yeah. Adrian always says like she blows coat, like they call it like blowing coat when they do a shed. I think that's true of like old like double coat dogs because she's got double coat. But like she sheds twice a year for 6 months each time.
Yeah. For 6 months at a time. Oh my god. I'm already worried about the cat hair, or you know what the cat hair is going to be like. And Devon's don't even shed that much, so I'm like, because I haven't had to deal with cat hair since before Robbie and I got together. Like I had a cat with my ex, and yeah, so it's been like what, nearly 13 years or longer than that. So I'm like, I'm gonna get cat hair all over everything.
Do you have a cordless vacuum, like an easy to maneuver?
We're definitely gonna get one. 100%.
Just like I feel like it's just like you need something where it's easy enough to just like pull it out.
Yep.
Practically.
No, I definitely think at least a dust buster, because like I have I get a cleaning service through NDIS, so at least the place gets vacuumed every week. But it's like At least a dustbuster for like the little things, you know.
Yeah, like even to just like if you have a snuggle session on the couch and you do a lot of patting, a lot of fur
Mm-hmm.
comes off, just
Yep.
like being able to get it off the couch like makes a big
That's
difference.
it.
So basically, we're just like with Libby, like obviously, like she sheds a lot, so our house is never fur free. Like there's
No.
always some people call it Shiba glitter, some people call it Shiba snow. I usually call it Shiba snow because it does tend to form into these dust bunnies that look like snowdrifts, and because like she's very pale, like and particularly like her undercoat is very light, so it does look like fairly white. So Shiba snow, but we basically vacuum to sort of keep it at like a level of furriness. It's never to be completely free of the dog hair. It's just always going to be there, but like try and just like constantly keep it down.
Nice. Yeah. And she's so cute. She's the lightest Shiba I've ever seen, I'll be honest. Never seen one her color.
She's very lightly colored. I have seen some like the reason you don't see a lot of lighter ones is I mean like most people who are breeding Shibas in Australia are breeding them for show. They're show breeders, and then like they will sell some puppies just because if you're breeding for show, you end up with more puppies than you can sell to just other show breeders. But like there are so few breeders that like they're all involved in show. The cream is one of the natural colors. That is not part of the Australian breed standard for Shiba. So like it is just naturally.
Why don't see it?
Mutation, but breeders, like if they know that there's cream in the history, they will of two dogs, they won't breed them together because it's just like you can't show it. So
and so the only creams that pop up are the ones they don't expect, basically.
Yeah. There is like I know one cream in Brisbane. Her name is Hikari, which means light. She's very lovely. She is related to Libby because like basically there's basically two breeders in this particular area. So like practically all of the Shibas I know are from one of the two breeders. But like she's bigger than Libby for some reason. I've noticed a lot of creams seem to be quite large. I don't know if that's just something like a coincidence in what I've observed or if there is some link to that, but she like when she first turned up as a giant puppy at one of the meetups, like she and Libby look very similar. It's very cute. But yeah, I've only met the one cream, and for a while the breeder homed her with someone who already had one of their other puppies. And like for a while they're like, don't desex her yet because it's possible that the breed standard will change at some point and we'll be able to show cream dogs, in which case we would be interested in breeding her. But I don't think that that's going to change, and I think they've actually gotten out of showing Shibas now because it's an older couple and you gotta run around if you're showing dogs. They breed they breed corgis as well, and you don't have to run as fast when you're showing.
No,
they got shorter legs.
Yeah, he's so cute.
No, this is doing sad tail. This is happy tail. When the tail goes down, it's sad. Yeah. Anyway, it's like, can I read comments over Libby's back? Mwah.
I was right too. I didn't read. I just had a shower.
That's good. Having a shower is good. I like the top. The pajama top.
Thank you.
Like, it looks like a fancy top.
It's just a jumper from Big W. An artist I liked did a little collaboration with them, and it's the artist is Casey Rainbow, and it's also the Gumnut Babies.
Oh, nice. That's really
cool. Is it May Gibbs? I can't remember the name of the artist, the original artist. Yeah. And so I just
Snuggle Pot and Cuddle Pie.
Yep. So I saw it and I was like, I get to have rainbow Gumnut Babies, so why not?
That's extremely good. I love it. Liz said that it was not a waste of time. That's good. I also hope the dog discussion was not a waste of time.
They're good conversations.
Maybe I should make videos or something. But yeah, I am hopefully going to do like my best and worst of 2023 this year. But I mean, like I said that like last year, and I had the videos like drafted and ready, and I actually filmed one of them and then didn't ever put them up.
Yeah,
because I filmed the worst of the year first, and I felt like it sounded too negative and sad. So.
But at least then you can follow up with the best, and so you end on a positive note.
Yes.
Or add them in the same video, and that way you go worst, best.
I could alternate, like sandwich them.
Yes, love a good shit sandwich.
Had dinner and reading Assistant to a Villain. Nose deep in a book. I didn't want to stop reading. Yeah, I know the feeling. I was very much getting into the premonition. I would hold it up with Libby standing on it. Very good. I read 15 pages. I got distracted scrolling, then uploaded on Insta and poured myself a glass of wine. Oh yeah, at some point I was like, oh, I should probably post on Instagram live. Didn't do it. It's fine. Everyone who would care is here already. Libby is here. She's very beautiful. Taylor's sad again.
She is. She's so gorgeous.
Libby. Finished my audiobook and got the telescope. Nice. Ooh, I wonder what you will get once you reveal your book in one. Do you feel like that's the thing I was wondering, Mab? Do you feel a little bit sad that you won't be surprised by anything? Because I feel like that's like it's such a cool idea for a readathon, and I think that it's like I'm a little bit jealous of like the people who are just like going to be wholly surprised. That just seems neat. I don't have a lot of whimsy in my life, so. Tracy read 12% that time. My mom has a medium-sized Japanese Spitz. Japan has some of the best and most expensive dog breeds. Yeah, well, yeah, they're very expensive for us, definitely. Libby was a little bit cheaper because we were providing her with a home and she was an adult. But then also like the breeder, the price of their puppies have gone up even more since we originally got her. Like when we originally got her we got her at like half the price of their usual puppies. And now it's even less than what half the price of their usual puppies would be. Puppies are very expensive.
Wow.
Very expensive puppies. They have tiny litters. Like Shiba's, like 3 is a large litter for Shiba.
Wow.
Like occasionally they'll have like 4, and like I've seen like once or twice I've seen a Shiba with a litter of like 5, but usually they'll have like 2 or 3, and it's not uncommon for Shibas to just have 1 puppy in a litter.
Goodness. I can't even imagine a dog having a new one.
Yeah. So like again, why like it's only the people who are breeding for show that like actually are generally breeding them, because they're just not very profitable to churn out. Which I mean, like that's good. I would love for breeding dogs to not be a profitable industry. That would be. But yeah. But yeah, also I love Japanese Spitzes. They're neurotic little weirdos, and I love them very much. Oh, she is the most beautiful. I tell her every day that she's the most beautiful in the world, and she says, "I know." I say medium Japanese Spitz. I mean that he's larger size for the breed. Yeah, I kind of like I think that's what I was picturing. Yeah, because they're smaller than she. Where are you going? Where are you planning on going? Like, there's no more of my desk for you to walk. Sorry. Just gonna pop her down. Yeah. I love Japanese things. Read 2 chapters and had dinner. Libby is so cute. She's so beautiful.
Yeah.
She was really in my way, but I already miss her being on the desk because I was getting to hug her. I'm just like covered in Shiba snow.
Worth it.
I wear mostly black, and it is not compatible with having a light-colored dog, but I don't care. Got about 50 pages left. Going to keep reading while you guys chat in the background. Yeah, absolutely. Anyone, like, feel free to keep reading while
Mute us.
Yeah. I'm back. I've read 20% all up so far. Hoping to finish this book tonight so I can be 5 for 5. Wow, you're doing so well.
Bloody hell.
I want to be 5 for 5. I'm not anywhere near it, and I won't be. That's so cool. That's a really cool start to the year. Yeah, absolutely. I've got to go. My support worker has arrived early. Happy reading. Thanks for coming, Tracy. Sleep tasty. Tracy. Yeah, I feel a bit sad, but what it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you also like have the satisfaction of knowing that you're bringing so much like joy and delight to people. Like that's probably rewarding as well. But yeah, it's just like it's so cool. As I said, just excited for people to like be getting them and unveiling them and stuff. Yeah. I can't remember what all the Pokemons look like, so I feel like I would be surprised. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I know that like there have been some in the background that not all of us have seen. And that's exciting to me. Because I know there have been like Pokemon getting passed to Merb in like private messages that we have not seen, and I am really excited to see those.
Perks of being forgetful. I only remember my own.
I remember yours as well because I was doing a thing with the background. It's very cute.
Thank you.
I've read the 2 novellas. Let's see. Like, how much of the like 300 books that I read last year do you think were novellas? Like a lot of them, and some of them were short stories. Changing books to physical copy of Eternal Luck. Please the Masters. Yay. Yeah. I don't know if I'm actually using this to get anything for Pokemon.
Oh, I love that cover.
I know, it's so beautiful. Like the colors.
That's pretty.
It's gorgeous. This is so I don't know if you've read any Yoshimoto. Someone here might have, because she's like a fairly prolific and well-known Japanese author. But this is actually like, I think this was like her second ever novel, but it's only just been translated and published in English last year. So like it's published in English brand new, but like the actual, like it was first published in Japanese in 1988, which was a great year, just by the way. One of my favorite years is 1988. But yeah, so that was exciting. But like, it doesn't. So far, it doesn't feel like it's from the 80s. It feels like it could be like from now or basically any time. Like it feels so fresh and recent and new, even though it's from the late 80s.
It's encouraging.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm obsessed with this cover. Sorry, I'm staring at it. But yeah, I haven't planned all of my Pokemon stuff, so like maybe this is fulfilling something. I'm probably just gonna like work out what I can fulfill as I go.
Yep.
But I finished 2 books so far this year.
I shouldn't think I finished anything.
This is my 4th book that I've started, because I started reading Little Rabbit by an author. I don't know why I'm looking at it because I don't think I know how to pronounce their last name. Yeah, I don't even want to take a stab at it. I'll embarrass myself. No, I should take it. No, I'm always so torn on like if like when I am I always research authors' names, even ones that I feel like really confident of for videos. It's one of the reasons it takes me forever to make a video. And like I practice saying it, and I often like have them written phonetically out for myself because I'm like, oh, I want to like be respectful and say the name, but I also like I tend to like try and like do my best to say a name regardless, because I don't want to like, because I always go back and forth on like if it is more respectful to like make an earnest effort to say the name correctly or to avoid butchering it. I feel like it is more respectful to like make an earnest effort to say it correctly, but then also like I hate people seeing my mistakes, so
it's hard. I fall on the try to pronounce it side of things if I can, but because I have read a little bit, just like trying to find out what the right thing to do, and I've seen a few people of color just saying like if their names weren't pronounced, it made them feel like, I don't know, or not like they were dehumanized, like they didn't exist almost. And I was just like, that is incredibly awful. So I try, but you know, I bugger them up a lot. So
I've seen that too. I think like ultimately, like if there can be a like if you can say that there's a consensus, because it is like so personal to everyone, it does seem to be like
that's true.
People would prefer an earnest effort that is incorrect than to just be like, I just won't even say the name. So Alyssa Song Siradej, I think.
I was looking for the book on Goodreads to see if I could figure out how to say it.
But yeah, I've been listening to that audiobook, and I guess the author's name was said at the start of the audiobook, and I didn't pick it up then. So great work for me. Really good listening comprehension. Well, I guess it's not really listening comprehension. That's just listening.
Song Siradej. Yeah, that's how I'd go with it as well. Song Siradej. I mean, it's probably wrong, but who knows? But that's what I would say.
Yeah. But yeah,
I love the cover.
Yeah, it's very cool. But yeah, if I will look it up before I talk about it more in like a video or whatever, and I hopefully will, because I would like to. I'd like to make like 12 videos this year, one a month. But yeah, I would like to talk about more of the books that I have been reading, so I will look it up and learn it. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's also like it is like a 30s woman angst literary fiction, but it is also just like very smutty. I don't know if I'd say it, like it's not very smutty in like compared to like a pure smut book, but just like it is very much a book about like a big part of it is about sex, and it's pretty good. Enjoying it. That's Little Rabbit by Alyssa Song Siradej. Because it's like this queer woman starts a relationship with this older male choreographer, and so like there's a lot of things that like she's kind of conflicted about, and like one of her friends is like kind of judgmental about like not just the age difference, but also that she mostly doesn't date cis men. But she is in this, she's drawn to this guy and is enjoying the sex, and then it's increasingly like she's increasingly finding that she's really enjoying having rougher and rougher sex with him. And yeah, it's to the point of like she has bruises that she herself enjoys looking at, but has to like cover around friends and family.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm just like, this is a sexy book for like what does like very much still like fit into that like literary disaster woman fic. If you do 12 videos this year, Aaron, I will record myself reading a book. Oh my god.
Do it.
That's so nice. What if I picked Crime and Punishment? I wouldn't, because like one, I'm not really interested in reading that, and also there are lots of freely available audiobooks of that.
It's so long.
Yeah, but I'm just like, that is an amazing offer. That is so generous of your time and your voice. Like, you have other things going on in your life. But yeah, I am gonna try and do 12. That's my goal. It's my hopefully achievable goal. I'm falling asleep. I don't think I can read anymore tonight. That's fair enough. No one's going to like punish you for not reading enough in the 48 hours, unless you want that. I don't really know how that would be facilitated regardless, but it's okay. I don't know how to have someone be nice to me. Yeah, no king shaming. If someone wants to be punished for not reading enough in the 48 hours, that's fine. No shame. I don't know how that we would facilitate that. Like, I don't want to make any promises that can't be kept, and also I don't want to make any promises on behalf of Meredith's Discord, because again, this is the 48-hour readathon for like hosted by Meredith's Discord. So like, I feel like it would be inappropriate for me to like say like anything particularly solid, but like we're very open and accepting. So, whatever you want. I just my phone is covered in dog hair.
Oh dear. See, now all I'm remembering is a Facebook group that I keep seeing around is I'm not going to kink shame, but I want to kink ask why.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I don't 100% know what form that would take. I don't know what those would be. I feel like it's just like, I'm just a Capricorn, so I vibe Dom, but I don't know how to Dom. I'm so sorry. It's just my Capricorn sun and moon.
Oh, and I'm Capricorn rising.
We're completely covered then.
Love it.
But yeah, it's just like, I can't help it. There's just so much Capricorn in my big three. No, I'm not. It's just the Capricorn, and also that I'm kind of mean and detached. That's also the Capricorn.
Some tells me it'd be the happy ones you'd have to watch out for.
Yeah. Well, you're a Scorpio, and I like Scorpios. They're very good.
Scorpio's great. Scorpio gets a bad rap.
Yeah. But I appreciate Scorpios.
Mm.
I mean, I pretty much appreciate all of the sign. Like I think that there are really good qualities to all of the signs. There are some that I'm like, I don't know about that, but yeah. But I'm meanest to myself. I'm Chazza, but I have learned to switch every now and then for the right occasion. Yeah. I would describe myself, I think, at this point in my life as a masochist. Just to share. I find some easier to remember than others. Like I don't know how to like memorize people's signs or anything, but like some of them like stick in my mind for like various reasons. I tend to remember when someone's a Scorpio a lot of the time because Adrian is a Scorpio, and so I remember when people are Scorpios, and I often remember when people are Capricorns. And like also if it's come up in like a particular like snippet of conversation that's stuck in my mind, that also if I know like vaguely when in the year someone's birthday is, I'm often fairly good at remembering what their star sign is. Sagittarius thing, Pisces moon, I think. I also love Sagittarius's. I like a lot of there's like I feel like there's kind of a block of star signs towards the end of the zodiac. Like the zodiac starts with like Aries, so like it's the ones like that are basically towards like people born towards the end of the year and at the start of the year that are kind of have a very cynical streak that I obviously vibe with as a Capricorn. And like it's like everyone's like cynical in different ways. Like Sagittariuses are like known for being like so fun and adventurous, and obviously that's much like quite different from Capricorn, which is not fun or adventurous. But they're also known for being extremely blunt. And I feel like it's like there's like the thing, so like I don't necessarily believe in zodiac stuff. I think it's kind of bullshit, but I like the storytelling aspect. And so that's why I tend to remember these things, because like they have stories attached to them. And like the thing with how the year progresses is like there are also like life stages attached to each of the signs. So like I think it's chunks of like 7 years or something. I don't know, but like basically like the Aries are like toddlers, and then like towards the end we're in like the last stages of life, like, and so I just think that like it's the older, more cynical signs. I don't know. Yeah, well, I just like I don't agree with Scorpio hate. I think it's wrong.
Oh, I just have to duck away for a second.
Okay, no worries. But yeah, I love Scorpios. Adrian is a Scorpio. I think it's also like earth signs are meant to get along well with water signs. And Scorpio is even though you would think that Pisces, like from what I said before about that ages thing, that Pisces would be like the most cynical water sign, they're not. Like they sort of like come all the way back around to being like lighter, and like I feel like Scorpio is the most cynical water sign, and I like that. Continuing with Raven Black. Nice. I know that Ash is an Aries. A lot of you I remember because we all share like astrology memes on Instagram, and it makes me feel less alone and shameful that I put so many astrology memes in my stories. Yeah. I also, like, my other partner is a Pisces, so I'm clearly doing things correctly, because basically, like, I don't know, it's like so like Scorpio and Pisces are the water signs on either side of Capricorn, so like sort of like a trine thing, and my partners are a Scorpio and a Pisces, so I feel like I've done zodiac correctly. Like, I win astrology, right? Like, I've done it perfectly. I've done a great job. I get so unrationally angry when people don't put Aries first in their star sign memes. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't mind, because sometimes I feel like we should troll Aries more, because I know they like to be first. Like, because like just like in life, Aries like to be first and winning and stuff, and I mean, like, that that causes me to feel some rivalry as a competitive person, but I feel like it's not like I feel like sometimes they're like too proud of like being first in the zodiac regardless, and I'm like, that isn't something you should celebrate. You didn't do anything to achieve that. That doesn't mean anything. You're not getting an award for that. But also, it is annoying when you're trying to flip through and like find which half of the post you're in, if they don't start with Aries, and then it's like, well, which one am I going to be in? I guess. I mean, you can work it out, but you need to like. I For some reason, like, even though I know the order, so like and intellectually, I know that like if it starts before, like if it goes in order and starts before Cancer, I'm not going to be in that long. But still, I will flick through them. Why? Pisces rising. I don't know how astrology, but my friend told me that I embody my Gemini Sun, Cancer Moon, and I never know if that's a good thing. I feel like it depends on the person you're talking to, because really it is just like, it depends on like if they mean to insult or compliment you, because really it is just like we take the bits that like confirm what we think anyway, so it basically depends what the person meant. But I don't know, I feel like that's cool. That's like, I feel like if I'm like putting on my like astrology, like talk in terms of astrology, like someone who like looks at people's like natal charts and makes assessments about their character based on that, would say that it would actually be like a really good combination, because the Cancer moon would make the Gemini sun more emotionally available, but like the Gemini sun would kind of like temper the emotionality of the Cancer moon. I think that's what a like astrology person would say. My best friend's Scorpio and the other is Capricorn. Great signs, just great choices. And it's because you're all like very cynical and honest together, basically. I agree, Sash. It's one of the major ones. Yeah, you would agree. I'm so tired. My eyes are closing. It's a sign I head to bed. Thanks for sleep, Tasty. You did a great job with your closet clean out today. You should sleep very proud and tasty. They're watering your garden. They will help you grow. I don't remember what this is in regards to. Because I'm talking way too much. I fail astrology. Apparently, Sagittarius are good matches with Aries, and Saggy first two husbands were that, and it was not good. Now I'm with a Virgo, so and life is good. I mean, I have a lot of affection. I have a lot of complicated affection for Virgos. Obviously, I tend to always want to side with my fellow Earth signs. But also, I don't know. Again, the match stuff is always it's kind of fun because it's basically you can do any combination and you can make up a story of it either working wonderfully or going terribly. So basically when you said the Aries and Sagittarius, your first two husbands, and they weren't good, and it's well, yes, obviously I can see why that would be the case, because for narrative reasons, they just make up all of these reasons and tell a little story based on the qualities of the zodiac. So it really is just you can say that there's good compatibility with basically any sign. And that's the fun of it, because you're just making a little story. Yeah, definitely you are meant to factor in the whole chart in theory, although I feel that's a lot to keep track of. I feel I can keep track of my big three, and sometimes I remember I remember my Venus because it's Pisces, and really that's just because of the book. I remember it because of a character in a book that the author said their signs for, and they're a Pisces moon, and I'm well, and they were a Capricorn sun and Taurus rising, and that's basically the same as me except for the Pisces moon. But I have a Pisces Venus, so we're basically the same. And that's how I remember it. It's just stories. Also not being, because people no, there's no sign that universally sucks or is great, because there are people who are going to suck or be great in every single one. They're not locked into being born at particular times of the year, unfortunately. I don't know, I may stop sign. That's as deep as I dive into. That's fair enough. It's a lot. It's so much. I actually know a lot of Geminis. My dad is Gemini. You don't know him, but he is a Gemini. In theory, he should not. I feel he and my Virgo mom, what a great match. And that's true also because they just weren't. But yeah. I find it really interesting. I might have to read some astrology things. Yeah, it just it's. I think never take it too seriously. I've met people who take it it's it's not even just that I have a problem. I don't have a problem with people who believe it or anything. But I have met people who take it too seriously. I was once, back when I was doing Sims stuff, I was had met some Sims creators who are very into it, and this one particular woman who also did readings, and she was doing an event thing where you were doing a speed build, decorated around the elements of the zodiac. Anyway, I don't remember the details, but I was she was on a live stream, and I was talking to her and people in her audience who are all also very into it. and she just like for some reason, in general, hated Earth signs, but especially Capricorns. And just like was just like not like based on like meeting a person and talking to them. It was just like automatically like, oh, if you're a Capricorn, you're probably a bad person. Although she did say like when she was like shitting on Capricorns, I was like, well, I'm a Capricorn. And she's like, well, I'm sure your moon sign is something lovely. And I'm like, it's also Capricorn. So I guess I'll leave. No, I didn't leave, but just like it was just like prejudging someone based on their chart seems very strange to me. Oh yes, Earth signs surrounded by water signs. It's I'm girt by sea, like Australia. Apparently I need a Libra. Yeah, Libras and Leos go good together, but also just like here is a weird thing. Like, so I consume a lot of like astrology content, and welcome back. There's a TikTok creator called Zodiac Boyfriend who I've mentioned before, and I've posted some of his TikToks and love that. I've grown to like I got like I watch all of them, not just my own, but like there's ones that like have elements that I remember more. And over the past, I've gotten more interested in and appreciative of Libras. And it's fucking because of Dank Faye. Because I was looking up like astrology memes to post in regards to like when we were reading that. And it just like I ended up just like liking Libras more because of it. So there we go. That's my Libra story. I've gained an appreciation for Libras because of that book series that I did not like. They just seem cool in the memes. Gosh, I don't know many other Geminis either. I don't think we get along with each other. Well, I mean, oh my god, I'm of a very particular age, okay? I'm just gonna say I'm of a very particular age. There were 2 Geminis in the Try Guys. There's now only one. But Keith Habersberger's wife, Becky, is also a Gemini. So they are 2 Geminis married to each other. And their relationship seems good. The other Gemini and his, I think, still wife is a Scorpio. And I like her very much, but he seems like a shitbag.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, I do know all of the astrological signs of the Try Guys and the Try Guys' spouses and partners. Incidentally, Eugene Lee Yang is born on the 18th of January, which is also my birthday. We are Capricorns. And his partner, Matt, is a Virgo, which is a great Capricorn pairing with Virgo. In theory, I mean, like, I have a troubled relationship with my mom, but you know.
I feel that.
And, Zach is a Leo, and his wife Maggie is a Scorpio.
I like Zach because he's got the same condition my partner's got. So,
yeah, I didn't used to like Zach, but when he started opening up more about his chronic illness, he like being like so like vulnerable and like open, and I'm just like, oh, no, you're cool. And like now I just like I like him in videos and stuff.
Yeah. Now I'm a big fan of his talking about it so openly, you know, because nobody knows what it is. Nobody knows what ankylosing spondylitis is, and so having him talk about it is really great.
Yeah, I've appreciated all of the like chronic pain. his like talking about. Just like I love just seeing people talk about it. It's, that's that's really cool. And
Mm-hmm.
also he became more of a like person to me. It's not that like I didn't see him as a person before, but like he sort of like always felt like he was like playing a character, and he like obviously they all are to some extent, and like he quite explicitly, because like when they were still at BuzzFeed, he was very much playing the chronically single guy, even though he had a girlfriend for like most of that time.
Yeah,
But
he
just
was a
like
bit more one-dimensional, I think.
yeah, just like oh the nerdy chronically single guy, and like that isn't very interesting. I mean, like it's slightly more interesting than Ned, but like
I'm so mad. I used to like Ned. Now I'm just like, you dick.
I didn't. I feel very validated in not having ever particularly liked Ned, but I
Well
did like
spotted.
Ariel.
Yes, she's wonderful. I'm just like, leave him. You're great. You get anybody.
Yeah. Anyway,
Court, of course.
yeah. I keep track of my big three in Venus. Same as me. That's clearly the best way to do it, and you're doing astrology 100% correctly. It's ridiculous the same.
I only know my big three.
Yeah, I only I've looked at my whole chart, so like in theory I know it, but I don't remember it. But I know Aquarius is in one of my Aquarius and Sagittarius are both in my big six. But the only one I actually remember the placement. I just threw a blush. The placement of is that Pisces is my Venus. Because like
now I'm so curious.
It suggests that I'm much more romantic and soft-hearted than you would think. I'm not.
That wouldn't surprise me, actually.
I was born in the year of the metal horse in Chinese zodiac, and the traits for that and Gemini match up really well, which is kind of cool. That is really cool. I don't think I mean, I haven't looked that much, so also I felt a little bit like when I was a kid learning about like Chinese zodiac, I always felt a little bit cheated because most of the other kids born in my year got to be dragons, but I'm born in January, so I was born before Chinese New Year in 1988, and so I am a rabbit. I don't remember which element, but dragon sounds a lot cooler than rabbit when you're a little kid.
I'm fire tiger.
That also sounds way cooler than whatever rabbit I am.
I'm born after Chinese New Year, so I'm year of the tiger, 1986.
Let me see.
I think it's fire anyway. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm a wood rabbit. I should really learn more about Chinese zodiac.
So interesting.
Again, like I love all of the cool stories that forms or wood hair. But yeah, so like I have the 1987. 1988 was Earth Dragon. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I decided to get my chart.
Ooh.
All right. Sun, Moon, Ascendant. Yep. So Aries, Taurus, Capricorn. We knew this. What's my Venus? My Venus is Taurus, apparently. I have no idea what that means.
It's a very sensual sign. It's sort of like Taurus is ruled by the moon, I think. Is that right?
That sounds right.
Because it's like
Aries is Mars, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually going to keep it this time so I actually remember it. So interesting. We've got tons of Capricorn just repeating all over my chart.
That's interesting.
Mm.
I also have repeating a lot of my charts. I think actually no. I think I might actually have more. Like if you look at my whole chart, I think I actually have. I can't remember if Sagittarius and Capricorn are tied or if Sagittarius. I have more Sagittarius, but I don't know.
Are you an Aries, Ash? Because if you are, that's really funny because I'm Aries and my best mate's Capricorn as well.
Yeah, Ash is
So,
Aries.
yeah. So how funny is that?
Once saw a post that said we weren't compatible as friends. I mean, to be fair, seeing that and being like piss off is an extremely both Aries and Capricorn thing to do. Trev. But yeah, Trevor the Gemini. I do tarot and I'm a firm believer in using it as guidance and not predictions. Yes. It can give you an idea of direction to go in, but it's not set in stone. Yeah, I like tarot and I sort of use it as a, I mean, because I already like I struggle with meditation, and the best chance I get, like the best I can usually do with like meditation is to like pull a card and sort of like try to like focus on thinking about that rather than like trying to sort of clear my like I struggle so much with the clear your mind mindfulness and just like accept thoughts as they come and like let them go. Like I struggle with that because like they come too fast and they just fill up. So like I need to fill my mind with something, and I find that like pulling a tarot card and like thinking about it and how it relates to me is a meditative kind of task.
Totally agree with all of that.
I haven't unwrapped them all, but my Christmas present from Adrian was he got me a fuck ton of tarot decks. Well, some of them are also oracle decks, but that was just like my Christmas present from Adrian. Was he just got me a ton of decks. Like I've got this dog one.
Oh my god, that's gorgeous. That's beautiful.
This unofficial Adventure Time one, which is really cool.
I love it. I'm so glad they didn't go after it and prevent it from being released.
But yeah, it's very cool.
That is gorgeous.
Yeah, you don't judge a book by its zodiac. This Lance Orion is a Libra. Well, I mean, I was looking about what's her name, Lilac Hair Lady. That's cool that I've forgotten her name. There's hope for me. But yeah, like, well, I don't know. Would I be kind of a bummer? I did kind of say to Sam that I might, but also like when you put that poll of like, if you're gonna read the like from the boys' point of view, I was like, well, I don't want to do that. I have kind of a mean take about books, like releasing a book from like another character's point of view. In that I feel like it's either admitting that like you fucked up in not including that in the original. So like either the original you should have spent more time on writing that because you fucked up and didn't include this perspective that is important to it and adds something, or is like a compelling story on its own. Because like if I've already read that story, then like I would read it again from another character's point of view. Or it's basically just self fan fiction and it's merch rather than art.
Yeah, money grab, definitely.
And that's my main kind of take about like writing another thing from characters' perspectives. And I found that I feel that way even about books that I like, because I didn't think that I read A Blue Ribbon Romance, which is Nescosta, and I really like Morning Glory Milking Farm, but I didn't gain anything from a Blue Ribbon Romance. Didn't think we needed it. Yeah.
That was a giant mess.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're. It feels so uncool at this point to be like, yep. No, Try Guys. I know about and think about the Try Guys. I still Adrian and I watched all of the like Keith eating stuff content. And they have actually I really like a lot of the guests that we're seeing more of now that sort of having more of a rotating roster. Because I know they're like, oh, it's like it makes sense because it's Try as in like TRI now, and so there were always three of us. Never mind, there's not really three of them, it's just two of them. Eugene is doing other stuff and he doesn't really seem like he wants to return. He's more of a recurring guest, so like it's cute that they keep pretending that Eugene is part of it, but like it seems like he doesn't want to be there. But yeah, I'm of an age, but the age where teenagers are wearing graphic tees of my childhood games, and oh god, I hate it. I hate that. I frequently get the content of like there are women of a similar age to me going into stores currently and like showing all of the stuff that is just like tops with like the lettuce hem.
Oh, I hate that so much.
And just
it feels dated to me.
Low-rise bedazzled bootcut jeans.
No.
And just like basically just like going around and like sharing the trauma with you, and I'm just like, I get served those and I always click on them because I'm a millennial woman of a certain age, so it is targeting me, and I allow myself to be targeted, and I feel very targeted.
I mean, I've gotten on board with the baggy jeans and all of that stuff, but I'm like, low rise, give me high rise or give me death.
Yeah,
like no.
Like at least it mostly isn't going as low as it was.
True.
Early 2000s. Like they do seem like the teens are apparently like smarter than we were, because like it mostly doesn't seem to be like they're not embracing the like well, you better not move or your whole pubic bone will be out kind of low rise.
Yeah, I was gonna say the kind where you have to actually landscape to wear them. Yeah, no.
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
How did I not spot this? I just am like, Ariel, beautiful.
Love Ariel. Yeah, Dragon is cool.
God, I think I'm the oldest.
Year of Dragons. This year is supposed to be unlucky during the year of your animal for dragons. Oh, well, I mean, I guess that means that it was Rabbit last year then. I mean, it was a bit of a shit year, but it wasn't the year that I had heart failure, so you know.
God, does that mean my shit year is gone for a little while? That's good.
Yeah, Wood Dragon this year. I like that. I'm a water pig. That's very cute, and also sounds like I mean, I know hippopotamus like means water horse, but water pig sounds like it's, or is that something? Do people call capybaras water pigs?
I know kelpies, like the mythological, water horses as well.
Yeah, but yeah, like the actual name hippopotamus, like hippo
so
is,
cool.
is horse.
Of course, because like hippocampus. Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yeah. It's not a deal. Dragons are compassionate. It placed 5th as the animal race being because it was rescuing villages from fires and floods on the way.
Mm.
So noble and cool. What did the rabbit do? I need to look this up. Yeah, we all need to like spend some time looking up like the Chinese zodiac this year and get really into it and start posting obnoxious memes on Instagram, which is how I express my interest in anything. The rat came first because it cheated. I also find tarot really helps with managing my ADHD. Yeah. The ADHD is why I struggle with like other forms of meditation. So just like having a thing that I can focus on and think about and reflect on is very helpful. I think they did it because from books 2 onwards, it got everyone's POV. Well, I guess
that kind of makes sense.
I guess they should have spent some more time editing the first books, rather than the like, oh yeah, we just like write it all in a couple of weeks and then we spend like a week, or I think it was a few days. We give ourselves a week for editing, but you know, we do it pretty quickly. I watched them talk on Instagram about like the writing and editing process, and I'm like, this does not make me admire you. Spend more time on the editing. Also have someone else do some of the editing, please. Yeah, I didn't really like, I mean, it just felt really unnecessary. Like it didn't feel like something. So like I feel like if something is released as a book, it should be able to stand on its own. And I didn't feel like it could stand on its own. It is only like an adjunct to the original, and it just didn't really add anything for me. I was satisfied with the story that I got in the first book, and so it just feels like merch, and I'm not really a merch person. I say, well, like a good chunk of my screen is taken up by it. But it's a cool poster. I don't know. And also, no one knows that this is. People mostly won't know that this is merch. It doesn't look like merch. Juicy sweatpants. Yeah.
Burn them all.
I believe in order to be vintage, it needs to be 20 years old. That's like 2004 was I was in year 11, and that can't be vintage.
Yeah, I was in year 12.
Yeah, it's just like we're not doing that.
I'm starting to feel vintage.
I just feel creaky. I don't know.
I feel that.
I'm not well kept vintage. I'm vintage that's been rotting a bit, and I've got termites.
Yep. That's yep.
Up there over 20 years. Yeah. I think they just edited. It's like from what they said, it seems like they don't send it out for other editors. They just edit it, like they write it together and they edit it together. Because I guess there's 2 of them, so I guess they could edit each other's. But like, I mean, it doesn't. Maybe they have editors now that they're really successful. I'd really love if they could have editors, please. Editing is so cool and important. Never watched their interviews. Yeah, I don't recommend it. It made me dislike them more. I feel so young compared to the rest of these comments. We're so young and sprightly and full of hope. I mean, there were young people. Yeah, no, you go.
I was just saying, my best friend's the same age, so we constantly make fun of each other. I call her a baby, and she calls me old. So.
But I was going to say, there were some young people here earlier, and they've all gone to bed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the oldies are the ones staying up.
Vanity,
I should
weird
speak for myself.
Yes. Just it's good to be a weird aunt's attic vintage.
Absolutely.
That's fine. Well, how the turntables.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, do we want to do another sprint, or how are you feeling? I don't, you're an hour ahead of me. I don't want to
Oh, I'm a night owl, so you don't need to worry about me. I've got to actually go and get Robbie's dinner out. That's how much of a night owl, how night owls we are.
Yeah. We had a late lunch and Adrian's napping, so
I nearly fell asleep earlier.
Okay. All right, we'll do another sprint. I never intended to talk this much.
Nah, happens. It's half. That's what sprints are for, really, Gabby.
Yeah. I just I don't talk to people very much any other time.
Same.
60 pages to go. Well, is an hour enough, or do you want a longer sprint so you can, or you just don't need to finish it in one sprint? 60 pages is just that amount is but you could potentially do it in an hour, but then if anything, there's no margin for error. I just don't know, because I still have it on 60 minutes.
I feel like an hour is pretty good.
Yeah. Yes, hour should be okay if kids don't disrupt.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, if you end up with a bit to go, just mute us and ignore us and finish. I won't be offended. If I'm close, yes. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's start the sprint.
Yep. Did we lose her? Oh dear. Did we? What happened here? Oh,
Yeah, my
there
mouse
we go.
is funny.
I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I was trying to get my mouse to move. And now it's made me stop presenting. Share screen. Come on. Share. There we go.
Beautiful. Lovely.
All right. How did everyone go that time? I got to page 77, just less than I would have liked, but like there was a part earlier that I kept going back over, so I felt like I'd missed something. But yeah, but I'm about halfway now, so it's not a very long book. But yes, I'm happy to do that. I like to buddy read with you. Hello. Reading Missing the Witness by Alison Brennan, page 90 of 411. Oof, it's a long one, but we're like almost a quarter of the way through. Currently finishing Icebreaker. Have 100 pages to go. Nice. Door shut. Washed the dishes and got to page 147. Nice. I'm on vacation in Syria. That's why it's taking me ages to finish audios and ebook and art books. That ebook. Don't have English physicals, making do with old Arabic 30 years ago. Sorry. Welcome back.
Hi. How'd you go?
I got to page 77.
Nice. I listened to. Oh, sorry. Sorry, what did you say?
I said, how did you go? So you were already answering. So
I listened to 4 chapters of Iron Widow.
Nice. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah. I mean, I know I like it, so
yeah. Good.
The audio's good.
I think I read along with the audio, or did I just read it? No, I'm pretty sure I read along with the audio. Wait, so on Arabic, maybe 70 years ago, pages are out. Oh, so it's right. So I love unearthing like an old book though. It's extremely good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Sash finished her book. First time here, welcome. Good morning / evening. They've headed to bed. Sleep tasty. We'll read for the next sprint. Finished Kamagawa Food Detective and started Stoneblind. Nice. How did you feel? How did you end up finding Kamagawa Food Detectives? Did you enjoy it? It's my first time on the sprint with you and Amy. Book.
Yep.
No worries. You're very welcome. 64% into my book. 280 pages in and 6 chapters. I read 7 more chapters left. I'm happy that you're here too. I'm not sure how much later I will go. Because it's 10 to 10 p.m. for me. And Adrian has just woken up from his afternoon / evening nap. So yeah, I don't know. How are you feeling, Amy?
I reckon I got maybe one more in me.
Yep, one more would be good.
It's 10 to 11 here.
Yeah.
Plus I did get some chicken out of the air fryer, so I'm like,
nice. Well, I'll try to not get distracted too much in this chatty bit so we can go into our last sprint so you can eat. I found it kind of dull, but it was all right. It's one of those cozy Japanese books, like Before the Coffee Gets Cold, so I don't think it was in the mood for it. Yeah, I get that. I'm not often in the mood for that sort of cozy book. 10 pages left. Arabic mystery. Nice. Might finish it this morning.
Fingers crossed.
It's a good way to start the day.
Mm.
Happy I finished it though, and it was nice read after Traveler Cat Chronicles made me cry. Yeah.
I need to give that one a go.
I feel like I don't need to give that one a go. I think that maybe Japanese animal books that are meant to make you cry are not for me. Because a lot of crying and being being upset and being upset that I'm upset. Yeah.
I feel like if I'm gonna do it, I have to do it before I get Pepper.
Yeah.
Or it really
Good
affect
point.
me. Like
Yeah.
I'm on a time frame. So if I don't do it by then I probably won't do it at all.
Seems, yeah. And then if you don't get around to it, there's no pressure to still read books. It's like, well, I just guess I didn't get to it.
I figure I'm not going to get it anyway, so.
I'm actually like, I'm going to spoil The Boy and the Dog right now. So like when I put my hands down, I'm going, like, the spoiling will be finished. So if like you like, I don't actually recommend it. I don't think it's necessarily a good one of that particular genre, but okay. The dog dies at the end. It goes on this whole journey and it does die at the end, but it saves a little boy, and that's meant to be the like, oh, don't worry, he's always in our hearts and he saved a little boy. So like, he served his purpose. And to me, I'm like, fuck you, no thank you.
There are a lot of people who would, rather that didn't happen.
Yeah. So that's, don't read The Boy and the Dog.
That's sad.
Yeah. I did not like it. I've been trying to get into more cozy books, but I don't think it's really my genre. Yeah, periodically I try and read more cozy things, but it's not my genre. I don't usually have many feelings, so sometimes it's nice to be reminded of what's like. Yeah, like I read sad things, like, but I tend to read more like sad, like depressing things that are either like, I don't know, more sort of like existential things. I don't want to be sad because of animals. I don't want animals sad. I can do animal sad on my own. Thank you very much. And I try and avoid it.
Pass on animal sad.
It's still early. It will be 4 a.m. in 8 minutes. I have to grab my coffee that I made yesterday with Prima. And I'll make it again for the second time in the morning, and tomorrow coffee morning. Yay.
Yay, coffee.
You're up very early.
So
I am almost always asleep at 4 a.m. That's like almost always, like that's almost the only time that I'm almost definitely asleep. I mean, I guess not all of the time, but like with my like messed up sleep schedule and insomnia, if I had to pick a time that I can say that I'm definitely asleep, it would have to be 4 a.m. If I just had to pick like 1 hour in the day. I love coffee. I'm an adult and I can drink whatever I want to drink. Some people at my day program can't drink coffee. It's not kosher. Only Coffee Bean is kosher. I don't keep kosher at home. I'm not religious
No, neither am I.
in any persuasion.
I mean, I'm technically part of religion, but it's an atheist religion, but I'm definitely atheist, so.
Mhm. Yeah. But yeah, so. But I actually don't drink coffee at home very much, just in general.
I don't drink
I like coffee, and I like to have coffee when I can go out to a coffee shop, but I don't like. It's too much work to make it.
Yeah, good coffee, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. Doesn't the caffeine doesn't help me very much. I'm not particularly affected by caffeine. The only way that caffeine affects me usually is that I have a chemical dependency on it, so I will get headaches and stuff if I don't have like a little bit of caffeine.
Same.
But
Caffeine.
like coffee doesn't like help me wake up or be more alert or anything really. So I don't tend to bother at home, and coffee is just like I love it, and so like it's a wonderful treat if I get to like go to a coffee shop.
No, coffee doesn't like me very much, unfortunately. So I had to stop drinking it, which sucked, but I like tea.
It can be very hard on the stomach. Although for a while we were making cold brew at home, and cold brew is less acidic than regular. So that can be
I'll try it.
It's also quite potent. Yeah. At home, I mostly, if I'm having a hot drink, it's usually tea.
Yeah.
I also just don't I don't drink that many hot drinks. Because it's hot.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm the person who drinks the hot drinks all the time. Like, the person who drinks iced coffee in winter, I'm the person who drinks hot drinks in summer. Thing I found the most amusing since I went from coffee to tea is my husband's not a coffee drinker, not really. He'll drink it occasionally, but it's not something he particularly enjoys. And so I'd be like, oh, do you want a cuppa? And he'd just go, oh, nah. As soon as I start drinking tea, and I'd be like, do you want a cup of tea? He just like holds the mug up always. Yeah. Please?
Yeah. I think if someone is offering to make me a cup of tea, then yes, I do want a cup of tea. But I mostly don't want it enough to make it myself unless I'm particularly in the mood for it. Although in winter, I do tend to drink a lot more tea.
Yeah, you just like holding it like 24/7.
Yeah, and particularly like in winter, a lot of the time, like Adrian and I will like make a pot of tea to share in the morning, like first thing. So it's just like part of like getting up process, like putting on the kettle and brewing some tea, and it's like a little encouragement reward for getting up in the cold morning.
Yes, definitely. I'd love to do that. Robbie and I actually drink different types of tea. So I'm an Earl Grey girl and he drinks English breakfast. So I'm like, I wish I could do that, but he'd be like, Earl Grey.
I drink any tea. And often like we're a lot of it like, and this is part where it feels like a little reward for getting up in the cold also is like we'll try different types and we'll also get different honeys to pair with it.
My tea, I miss it so much.
I'm sorry.
My tea now. I've gotten used to it now, but to begin with I was like, this is different.
Yeah. Yeah, honey is an important part of tea for me. I'm not a fan of cold drinks. Well, really? I learned from my mum.
Yeah, my mum's the same. Drinks hot drinks all the time.
Yeah, no, I need cold. I could drink an iced drink in the winter. Say Earl Grey tastes like dishwater. I think that is incorrect.
I totally disagree.
Yeah.
I love it. I don't know what it is, but ever since I started drinking Earl Grey, I was like, this is the tea for me.
Yeah, I love Earl Grey, and I love French Earl Grey.
Mhm.
It's really nice. And
Yes.
also I like Lady Grey. I like pretty much all teas.
Yeah. Just give me the bergamot in the tea.
Mm.
Any variation of that, and I will pretty much always drink it. But the T2 French Earl Grey is like
Yeah.
beautiful.
I'm also not a fan of Earl Grey, but we'll take it when it's given.
My husband would totally agree with you.
I'll try. I'll take pretty much any tea. I
Mm.
pretty much like any tea, even like the ones that are like kind of more challenging. Like I think it's like Russian Caravan has like kind of a peaty flavor. Like it's got like that
Very,
Scotch
very
peat flavor.
fiery.
Yeah, and I fuck with that. Any tea is fine. We
Mm.
tend to drink a lot of like Adrian prefers teas like I will try like anything like, and I like green teas as well. Like I particularly like green tea, but Adrian prefers a tea that you can add milk to.
Mm.
So we don't tend to have the like fruitier ones or green tea and stuff. But one we do like, and particularly it's a good like caffeine free one, is we really like the Rooibos, like the red
Um,
tea.
I have some of that at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very like obviously like we add milk to it, but it's very like creamy, full bodied flavor even on its own.
Mm. It's a good one for the evening. But if you
Yeah.
like green tea, but Adrian likes tea with milk,
Hmm.
either of you got a sweet tooth?
We both like sweet things, but him especially.
Okay, you should try the T2 Singapore breakfast. It's literally black and green tea together with coconut
Yeah,
and leaves.
yeah. I'm the one who told you about that one.
You are too. I'm obsessed with it. I
It's
love
so
it.
good. Yeah,
I love that. That's so funny. Told you
yeah.
I've got.
That has me having tea,
Mm-hmm.
um, because I love it so much. It's so delicious. But I got the fancy when I was reordering some. I got the fancy like collector tin version. It's so pretty. Look at it.
Oh, that's so cute. I don't have that one.
Yeah.
I've got the French Earl Grey in that style. That's so pretty.
But I'm just like, I just decided like I need to have this on stock all the time, so I'm gonna get the collector tin to keep it in.
That's so good.
Yeah. Yeah.
That French Earl Grey, they're like my two faves.
Good choices. I used to drink there were two green teas that I used to drink all the time from T2 that I haven't had in ages. Like one of them I think is like Gorgeous Geisha.
Mm.
And there was another one that was like I can't remember if it's that one or another one that is like green, as like strawberry green tea.
Oh, the strawberries and cream one? I think I know the one you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. I used to have that like again, I used tea as a reward a lot. That used to be my like get out of bed to go to work tea reward.
I'm doing a good thing. I'm going to do the thing. Yep.
Yeah. 48 minutes till 4:50 in the morning, and then I will take a shower at 5 a.m. in the morning, and I will take a quick shower, and then get dressed, eat breakfast, and then brush my teeth, ready to work. That is, have a good morning routine.
Mm-hmm.
That is very solid. My day program. I'll go out in the community today and get early from work and have another sprint at 2 p.m. with Vanessa. Nice.
Sorted
Good.
out.
Yeah. And it's good to like I love I do this too, like sometimes like you sort of plan your day and like factor in the sprints that are going to keep you company at different times.
100%.
Yeah, it's so like there is a tea, like T2 is a tea shop in Australia, and I think some other places, but it's primarily an Australian brand. And so like
Still
they have a
in
lot of
Asia, like some parts of Asia.
yeah. Um, I'm on the T2 website. It is suggesting that I can change the currency between Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, and Singapore.
Mm.
Um, SGD. Actually, don't know what the unit of currency for Singapore is.
That sounds
Anyway,
like dollars.
yeah, but yeah. So yeah, I don't know how far and wide they ship, but it is like yeah, it's an Australian tea company, and they make some really good teas, and in particular, Singapore breakfast is so good. And yeah, it's I think they come in tea bags as well, but like primarily like loose leaf tea.
I buy the
Smells
tea
so
bags just because it's just way easier for me.
yeah,
But I got loose leaf last time because it works out cheaper, and it's just
yeah.
so much fussing that I just was like, I haven't finished it, and I've had it for ages.
Well, that's why it's good like when it's something that like Adrian and I are both drinking, because then like I can brew it in the teapot, and like so like it's not like I have to filter it for both glasses. It's just like filtering in the teapot and then like
So
brewing
much.
it as yeah. Tea at home too, so make that when I get home from work at 1 p.m. in the afternoon before the weekend is ending this weekend. But tonight and tomorrow morning.
Shabbat's today here.
Yeah, yeah. It's we're almost finishing.
Yeah, we just got done with Friday.
Yeah. 10:08 p.m. for me. 11:08 for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do we want to do another sprint? I should do the last sprint banner because I think this will be the last.
Mm.
So I've got to put my Snorlax to sleep as well. It's very important.
I should get some of those.
Yeah. They are smart. You're very smart. I should get those. That's also like that's also one of the reasons that I drink less tea, because I'm like it is going to be a bunch of trouble. I do lots of like I skip doing lots of nice things for myself because it seems like it's going to be too much trouble. Time to do my prayers, sing Jewish songs, and dancing. Passover is April 8th, and I don't know what time Passover will end. That is one thing that I wish that I had more of, like seasonal like celebrations, like more like significant days throughout the year, observances. Because I was like, my parents are both atheists. I was brought up in an entirely non-religious household, so I just like I feel like I don't have those like milestones throughout the year to like reflect on things.
We only have one holiday, Jehovah's Witnesses, so it was always that one, and it's at the same time as Jewish Passover actually. And they do it via the Hebrew calendar as well, but it's just one night. And the big thing is the one thing you do, and it's this big thing, and that was all we ever did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't get to do all the other things.
Nope.
Oh. Yeah, I just like I feel like it's common to like so many different like civilizations and communities like over time. Like it just feels like such a very human thing to have observances. Oops. To get some more tea bags from Starbucks. I'm pretty sure the tea bags Crap.
I know that place.
I'm gonna need to look into fillable tea bags. So grew up atheist, but we've always done Chinese New Year and kept up with Lantern Festival and things. Yeah, I really like that. We had some neighbors at a previous house that always did Diwali, and that was
That sounds like a lovely holiday.
they made like they would like make all of these like beautiful like candles and lanterns and things. It was gorgeous.
That sounds lovely.
I'll finish the book in last sprint. Awesome. I had a margarita. That's very cool.
I'm excited for Eid this year because I'm doing that with my best friend as well because my best friend's Muslim.
Nice.
So that'll be
Nice.
good.
Yeah, I love. I need more like celebrations and observances in my life. I think I realized. Yeah. All right, let's do another sprint. Are you okay with an hour or?
It suits me.
Okay, cool. Do that then. Hi, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good sprint. That was the final sprint of the night because my brain is getting ragged, as it tends to do. I do tend to fray. A lot of the time I think of my brain as like, so like this isn't going to really do anything for anyone if you don't also watch a lot of like skin and hair care science stuff. But like the cuticle of your hair, like because the hair is dead, right? So the cuticle of like the hair like sticks up and is all rough. And that's sort of like why it tangles and gets stuck together. But it's basically like it creates like this like jagged surface area for like each strand of your hair. And one of the things that like generally conditioner, like one of the things that like you hope for conditioner to do is to smooth that conditioner down a bit so that there are less little fragments, microscopic fragments sticking up off the surface of your hair strand, and they'll tangle together less and get less damaged. I kind of think of my ADHD medication like conditioner for my brain, because my brain has an extremely ragged and jaggedy cuticle. And I can think without my ADHD medication, but it's just like much harder. Hi.
Hi.
I was talking about my brain. So I can think without my ADHD medication, but it's so much harder because the thoughts have to, I imagine, like skate over so much more surface area because of the jaggedy cuticle of my frazzled brain. But then when I have my ADHD medication, it just like conditions my brain and the thoughts move smoother. Um,
That makes sense.
my brain is ragged with split ends right now.
You poor thing. Robbie describes it when he takes his meds like everything is like all lined up, all like organized into files, sort of thing.
Yeah,
Just like find what he needs.
yeah. For me, it's conditioning, and also um, thoughts come like just one or two at once instead of so many,
Yeah.
an overwhelming amount.
God, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, so that's why I'm so much less anxious when I have my medication, because a lot of my anxiety is just from like trying to think when my brain is just like a cacophony of noise,
It
just like
makes
so
sense.
many thoughts at once, and like trying to pause a single thought when you're thinking all of the things at once. Um, it's like I can do it, but it's so much more exhausting. Um, uh, Listening to
He's
music.
busy.
I finished my book, by the way.
Yay! I read 3 chapters, I think. Hang on.
Nice.
I think it was 3. Yep, 3 chapters.
Nice. But yeah. I finished a book on the first, like it's a short book. I finished my book. Lots of books getting finished on these sprints. I'm very proud of all of us. Finished my book and got to 100%. So my next book I'm going to read is library books. Ooh, that's true. 3 books. Yeah. I often also, my reading is very dependent on what is due back. And then the rest, I will read my books today in the morning. I got some new books I really like, and my books, it's awesome when I read books. It makes me smarter and smarter as I read faster and faster. Yeah, just want to devour all of the books. Like 4:30 this morning. I got up at 4:50 in the morning. My alarm was set at 4:50. So, yeah, you're killing it. Like you're doing intensely well already, and it's so early in the morning.
my brain just wouldn't be able to function at that rate that
I
early.
love I love those mornings though, where like somehow like things are aligning and you get a bunch done like right at the start of the day. It so rarely happens for me, but I love it.
When it
Um,
does, it's like, yes.
it's like, oh, it's a dream. 8 past and read 32 pages. I like both
Yeah.
of those things. Really 2:30 a.m. Oh, just looking forward to a cuppa in bed. Yeah, you gotta go to bed.
I want to now.
I think I read around 2 chapters in the sprint. A lot of reading done during the sprint. Yay! That's what I like to hear. I feel that it's so hard to focus without my medication. Brain does too many things and in no rational order. Yeah, it's like I am someone who like really loves like rigid order when I can achieve it. Um, I find order very comforting. I don't find chaos comforting. I know like some people it's creatively stimulating to have chaos. It is not for me. And I think it's just like I need everything like external to be as organized as possible when I can achieve it. And like it's hard to achieve it because the inside my brain is just like
I'm just sort of like when I get like that, particularly if there's things are chaotic, because like the autism says no, hell no, absolutely not. And the ADHD is just like too much routine is boring, and I'm just like, pick one, pick one, just pick one, please.
Yeah, I'm lucky that like I don't tend to get bored with routine, but I have a lot of trouble sticking to a routine because my brain just like throws so much stuff. Um, just it just like I want so much more order than I have in my life.
I feel that.
My main goal for this month is to finish all my library books before the due dates. I need to be more careful with how many I put on hold. Yeah, I've gone through I've gone through like so many points um, in recent years where I'm like, okay, I'm going to put less library books on hold. Um, Either like to cut down on the amount that are arriving or to read books that I own, and it never lasts, and then I end up in hold hell. But luckily, like my library, all of my library books are. I don't know if like they did it by accident, or like because they didn't set up the Christmas break properly, but like they set up all mine due to like that I like borrowed last month to be due like some of them aren't even due till March. And that's not the normal like borrowing time for my library.
That seems very long.
Yeah, I think that like someone was trying to set it up so like things wouldn't be due over Christmas, to like give people a bit of extra time. And like some of them I got a lot of extra time. Yeah, I want to be fueled by chaos.
Saying that'd be great.
I want that so bad because like it's a good I have a lot of that fuel source. Um
I feel like I've spent my life telling people that I'm fueled by chaos because that's what they expected of me whenever they're around me. Everything was like, "Wah!" Because I can't organize or tidy anything. But I really don't.
yeah.
Don't like it.
Yeah,
I actually
yeah, sometimes it is just easier to be like, oh no, I like it like that.
Yeah, totally.
Like, yeah,
Just tell people what they want to hear.
Yeah, yeah, I am hindered by chaos. Although I do enjoy causing chaos sometimes.
I'll agree to that.
I like to sometimes have an outlet for a little bit of like chaos. Because it's a state of disarray. It stresses my mom out a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier that my mom is a Virgo. So the state of disarray that I frequently find myself in is stressful for her also. Also have OCD though, which is such a weird combination because I live in disarray. Well, that's the thing. Like, I feel like the stereotype of OCD is like someone like being like obsessive with cleanliness and like having like a pristine, minimalist, rigid life. But like, I feel like that's not the reality for a lot of people with OCD. And also like they're like one, because like it isn't even necessarily always just about the cleanliness and organization. But I remember like I read a book by one of the psychiatrists that works on like hoarders, and she talked about how like a lot of her hoarding patients are like have OCD or are perfectionistic, and a lot of the way things gather is like they will bring an item home and not be able to determine the perfect place for it in that moment. And if it can't go in the perfect place, then they feel defeated.
Can't move it
by
then.
that. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, that's extremely relatable.
Yeah, ditto.
Yeah.
I'm technically OCD as well, and I'm a hand washer.
I've never been diagnosed, but I do deal with some intrusive thoughts.
That's the
and yeah, I have some compulsive behaviors, as I've mentioned before, the trichotillomania. So like, yeah, I've never been diagnosed. I have like it was mentioned when I was in treatment for eating disorder. You know, like it hand in hand.
Yeah, they're good buddies.
Yeah. Yeah, it just it hasn't been something that hasn't been a priority to seek diagnosis for.
That's fair.
It's just the case of a lot of things. Like there's been a lot of things that have been floated for me previously by psychiatrists and psychologists, and like a lot of things were put into question. Like once I finally got an ADHD diagnosis, because that didn't happen until I was like 30. So it's just like, I don't know, but definitely ADHD. Yeah, it's not about how everything just have some cleanliness and routine. OCD tics and issues with disordered eating. It's really poorly represented in media. Yeah, yeah. And then you have the people who are like, yes, I love to organize my desk. I'm so OCD.
I wish that was something I dealt with. Please let me organize, but I can't organize to save myself. Like it's stressing me out.
Yeah, but just like aesthetically liking things to be in order is not the same as OCD.
Yeah, fastidiousness and OCD are definitely different.
Yeah, like
yes.
Yeah. Anyway, on that bright note.
Would it be Aussie Sprints if we didn't talk about something, random, gross, or
it's late. It's late. It's the wind down witching hour. Which is, I feel like probably shouldn't combine those, but we're doing wind down witching hour, so that's fine. But yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me, Amy, and everyone else.
Thank you for having me.
I've put a link to Amy's Instagram in the description for anyone who isn't already following them. And I appreciate you all so much for being here. And I think that we've had a great start to this 48-hour readathon. And I'm sure I'll catch up with everyone as the sprints continue tomorrow. And let's get some good reading done. All right. Bye. I didn't hit end stream. That was a good